My God, thank you, sir. It doesn't matter. Most of the words that we speak are inconsequential anyway. Now I can hear you. Why, thank you. Thank you for being so bold as to come on stream and say, look, sir, we've got some technical issues here we need to iron out before we get into the deep stuff. Sound is an important aspect of communication, unless we're all fluent in sign language, which I don't know about you, but I know very little sign language. I used to start learning sign language, but then just like any language, if you don't have anyone to really practice with, what's the point? What's the use? Signs. We still use sign language. We have all kinds of signs. Logos, brand names, those are kinds of signs and signals that we use to discriminate allies. Different wardrobes that you wear signal what social groups you feel you identify with. We have gang signs, West Side. We throw out all sorts of signs, all sorts of nonverbal communications to communicate with one another. Where was I going? I was talking about stories. I was talking about how stories are the way, the optimal way in which we can transmit information from one mind to another. After all, if you think back to our primordial ancestors, we had these things called campfires, where we would gather around and we would share our experiences with one another of the world. And we would just say what happened, right? I went east today. I went east. I traveled for about, I don't know if we had, do we have measurements of time? I wonder how early humans communicated distance, right? Maybe using landmarks. Do you think early humans like named different trees? Like there's a particular, I don't know, maybe there's like a tree with a specific knotty branch that you could refer to, and you could say that's the tree that looks like a giraffe. The giraffe tree. And then you would refer to that and say, well, it's just east of this giraffe tree is where I went. And I found, what did I find there? I found a lot of rabbits. And we could go there and we could hunt rabbits next weekend. Wouldn't that be amazing? What do you think is in the Vatican Library that only the Pope can access? I didn't know that there was a Vatican Library that was only accessible by the Pope. I don't know. Maybe it's like a bunch of, maybe it's like classified CIA documents, you know? Maybe it's confidential documents that don't go along with the current canon of beliefs that the Vatican is currently sort of promulgating, you know? Do you think it's a bunch of classified, redacted documents on old parchment papers of previous generations of things that were accepted into the church as doctrine that have now been kind of, they've been preserved for sort of posterity, but they don't want them getting out? It's probably some form of classified documents. I don't know. What would you put in a classified section of the Vatican Library? Vatican cover-ups. What? 80 kilometers long? 60 miles? 1.1 million books, scrolls, and more? Okay, well, that seems a little bit big to be just classified documents. And why would it be locked off? Why would it be isolated? Maybe these things are just, you know, it's like, at this point it's artifacts that maybe aren't really useful. But you would think that you would want, like, to let in various scholars and academics to kind of go through it and maybe make sense of it, build a better, more coherent history. I don't know, that's interesting. Look it up. I will do so. I will do so. Let's look it up. Secret Vatican Library. The Vatican Apostolic Archive. The Vatican Apostolic Archive. Latin. Archivum Apostolicum Vaticanum. Central repository in the Vatican City of all acts promulgated by the Holy See. The heck is that? The Pope is the sovereign of Vatican City. Owns the material held in the archive until his death or resignation, with ownership passing to his successor. Archive also contains state papers, correspondence, account books, and many other documents that the Church has accumulated over the centuries. Pope Paul V separated the secret archive from the Vatican Library, where scholars had some very limited access, and the archive remained closed to outsiders until the late 19th century. Pope Leo XIII opened the archive to researchers, more than 1,000 of whom now examine some of its documents each year. So there's limited access. The use of the word secret in the former title, Vatican Secret Archive, does not denote the modern meaning of confidentiality. A fuller and perhaps better translation of the archive's former Latin name may be the private Vatican Apostolic Archive, indicating that its holdings are the Pope's personal property, not those of any particular department of the Roman Curia or the Holy See. The word secret continues to be used in this older original sense in the English language, in phrases such as secret servants, secret cupbearer, or secretary, much like an esteemed position of honor and regard comparable to a VIP. Oh. One study in 1969 stated that use of the term secret was merited, as the archive's cataloging system was so inadequate that it remained an extensive buried city, a Herculaneum inundated by the lava of time. Secret as an archaeological dig is secret. So, the archiving system, they don't have a good way to index and access all the information in it. So it's kind of like if you want to find specific information, you're just going to have to go through this brute force linear search. And it's like finding a needle in a haystack, right? If you're looking for something specific. Despite the change in name, parts of the archive do remain classified in the modern sense of the word secret. Most of these classified materials, which are actively denied to outsiders, relate to contemporary personalities and activities, including everything dated after 1958, as well as the private records of church figures after 1922. All right, so it looks like there is a classified section there. Probably relating to, I don't know, the Catholic Church has had so many problems with, like, child abuse and that kind of thing. Maybe there's some, like, court documents and stuff from former officials, popes, priests that go in there just for posterity or something that you don't want people poking around through. Like, look, here's a history of corruption. All right, well, that's pretty interesting. So this is kind of interesting. I wonder how this compares to, like, the Library of Alexandria in terms of scale. Do we even know how big the Library of Alexandria was? Or is it just through kind of secondhand sources, like through the writings of early historians? Because we don't have direct evidence of the Library of Alexandria, do we? Let's look up the Library of Alexandria. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Andira. Oh, come on, spell check me, dude. Axlix. How do you spell this? Xanderia. There we go. First try. The Great Library of Alexandria in Alexandria, Egypt, was one of the largest and most significant libraries in the ancient world. The library was part of a larger research institution called the Museion, which was dedicated to the Muses, the 9 goddesses of the arts. The idea of a universal library in Alexandria may have been proposed by Demetrius, an exiled Athenian statesman, who may have established plans for the library, but the library itself was probably not built until the reign of his son, Ptolemy II. Library quickly acquired many papyrus scrolls, owing largely to the Ptolemaic king's aggressive and well-funded policies for procuring texts. Became regarded as the capital of knowledge. All right, you got a little video. Okay, let's check that out. I just want to figure out I just want to figure out what the scale of this library is. Dwindled during the Roman period from lack of funding and support. Library of Alexandria was not the first library of its kind. A long tradition of libraries existed in both Greek and the ancient Near East. Library was one of the largest and most significant libraries of the ancient world, but details about it are a mixture of history and legend. There was a letter that claims the library was founded during the region of Ptolemy, and that it was initially organized by Demetrius, a student of Aristotle. but is now known to be inaccurate. Modern scholars agree that while it is possible that Ptolemy I, who was a historian and author, may have laid the groundwork for the library, it probably did not come into being as a physical institution. Okay, how big was it? Its main purpose was to show off the wealth of Egypt, with research as a lesser goal. Jeez, man. Isn't that sad? You build this grand work, this collection of human knowledge. It's state-funded. But it's just like posturing. It's just to show other empires how strong you are, right? It's like the gazelle jumping up into the air, wastefully just wasting energy to signal to its predators that it's too fast for them to catch. Research was not even its primary purpose. That makes me tear up just a little bit. So Ferraru says there is so much mystery about our history. I want a time machine just to go back and watch it all play out. That would be cool, man. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we'll be able to do that. Maybe that's what machine learning and some of these large language models. Right now, we're getting better at prompting large language models to start generating imagery, right? And even videos now. Maybe we could apply that to the realm of VR, right? And we could have a history simulation machine that we could plug into, and like a time machine, we say, I'm going to go back and witness the burning of the Library of Alexandria. And it'll populate, right, that region of history based on our best guess, based on all of our sources, about, kind of what happened there. But again, it's all going to be a reconstruction. There's no way to actually know. So it would be really cool to, have a time machine and kind of be a fly on the wall and like see it all happen. Because you know what they say. Life is stranger than, what do they say? Fact is stranger than fiction. Life is stranger than fiction. The things that we can imagine are really products of the things that we experience. But some things, because life is so complex and complicated and it's so hard to predict, the things that we don't experience, we don't write about. We don't really imagine things we don't experience. That's why, certain individuals who are very creative try to imagine things that they don't experience. They tell stories of alternate universes that might exist. And they ask how likely, or they ask us to assess how likely these alternate universes are. And some of those alternate universes, we feel they feel very authentic to us. And we say those are really good fiction stories. Because they paint a picture of a world that's novel, but that still kind of makes sense on a basic, fundamental, intuitive level. Right? That's what all the great movies and stories do, is they preserve a sense of coherency, of likely outcomes based on, larger principles. All right, let's check out your link here. You said you found something saying that it had in between 40,000 to 400,000 scrolls. 40,000 to 400,000, yeah. Maybe every story and book, it's a small window into another world. I think that's true. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let me check out this link. What do you got here for us? Wren, Violet's Tale. Okay, this is a music video we're gonna check out? Alright, let's check it out. Let me pause this other music. Check it out. What do we got here? Dude is rocking the guitar in the post-op room. Kind of loud.
London City, far from pretty, 2005. A lady down in Paddington is fighting just to stay alive. Rhythmic beats and bloodstains, she's Our Lady weep, she's tired and frail. To set the scene, we must rewind the hands of time for Violet's tale. Violet was a silent girl, grew up with violent starts. Her mother was a drinker and her father was a bastard. Every night he took her tie but never left the room. I'll spare you of the things he did, I'm sure her mother knew. Violet was a silent girl, she moved out at 16. A semi-detached council flat, paid for by a welfare scheme. Packing shelves at Tesco, stacking jars like pickled bricks. She met a boy named Stevie and he was a little prick. Violet was a silent girl and Violet, she fell fast. See, Stevie was a wrong un, but he sure knew how to charm her. Every night he took her tie, but never left the room. History repeats itself, he'd paint her black and blue and dark. She never stood a chance. The devil comes to dance. Violet, why are you always so quiet? On her bedroom door and he's irate. He's been drinking and smoking, he's up late. And he stands by her bedside, she shakes, but her eyes stay shut. You fucking slut, I know you're up. And he pinches her eyelids and folds them up. Violet, why are you lying to me, Violet? She stays silent, things turn violent. That's the sound of his fists when they fall like a crashing pilot. Hit like hailstones, one to the collarbone, full force, full blown, blood's black bone, crack, knick, knack, paddywhack, one to the jaw and the tooth spat, detached fist connects and disconnects a bone. A quick deflect to misdirect the blow, but nonetheless his punches met her throat. Such a mess he's left her bruised and broke. Violet, why you always so silent, Violet? Why you such a little liar, Violet? Do you think I want to do this, Violet? In character, she stays silent. Well, say something, Violet. Silence. Fucking say something, Violet. Silence. Wait. Say something, Violet. Not one word. She stays quiet. London City, far from pretty, 2005. A lady down in Paddington is fighting just to stay alive. The doctor, in a state of shock, saw something here so very wrong. See, Violet, she was pregnant. Poor Violet, she was 9 months gone. Turning to the doctor, Violet broke her silence and she cried, "If I'm to die right here tonight, please let my baby stay alive." The doctor soon regained composure, called the surgeon to come in. As Violet's world turned to black, the curtains closed, the lights went dim. In London City, far from pretty, 2005. A lady down in Paddington just lost the fight to stay alive. A tragedy or a miracle, it happened on these very streets. Two twins aligned side by side. A girl named Jenny and a boy named Screech.
All right, that was cool. Screech's Tale. Ah, okay. So this continues. That's neat. Oh, shit. My bad. All right, yeah, that was really good. I love that because you don't know this, but I took a flamenco guitar class in junior college when I was about, I don't know, 19, and I had this acoustic guitar, and so I loved the acoustic guitar work that he did, and I love the fact that he's kind of been able to merge that instead of just using instead of using heavy bass and just a traditional hip-hop beat. He's incorporated a lot of spoken word and rap into his songs, and it's a story that he's telling, which is really, really compelling, because it's we paint the picture of these characters in our mind, and he's describing this abusive relationship, and he's describing this really sad aspect of the world that a lot of relationships are like this. And they're not, it's a tragedy, right? Because none of these people that are part of this abusive relationship really want to be part of it. And even the people that are kind of the offenders, the abusers in this case, like, he probably didn't want to beat his wife to death or near death, where she's dying during childbirth. And it's, it's a drinking issue, and it's the stress from other life. And, most people, even abusive people that get abusive when they drink, when they're not under the influence of alcohol, they can be fairly rational, right? It's just any substance take too much of it, you alter significantly your neurochemistry, and you become a different person. And a lot of these drugs that people take are medications. They are taking them to escape the world. They're taking them to numb the pain of existence, because they have a painful existence. And then they end up, hurting the people around them. And then, imagine the baby, Violet's baby. I guess she had twins in this case. Is that what I'm supposed to take away from is that correct, Ferraru? She had twins. One of them was named Screech and the other was Jenny. So imagine the life of these children growing up. And I think that if we would listen to the follow-up, the songs, I'm guessing, my prediction is that they are going to kind of find themselves in similar problems, right? It's like the cycle repeats. The cycle of violence, the cycle of poverty. It repeats itself. That kids grown up to broken families and broken homes with not strong parents or leadership, they're going to have trouble just like their parents did. I think, I'm not sure either. I think, yeah. Let's watch the continuation, please. Do you want to watch Jenny's Tale or Screech's Tale? What do you think about that? So, you're in England? You're in Britain somewhere, Ferraro? Is that correct? Or I forget where you're from. But I was interested in the set. The set was really kind of cool, right? It almost looked like an old, like, mental ward that he was in when he started. Because he went outside and it was just kind of all graffitied, and then he got out in like a downtown area, and it looked like the middle of the night, and it also appeared that if he was, it must not be like there must not be many inhabitants of that particular part of downtown. Maybe that's just a commercial district, so he's able to like film there and stuff. But another thing was, it seemed like it was a single camera take, right? So from the perspective of just filmmaking, that's really interesting, because the camera followed him the whole way. And so you have to wonder how many takes to produce, like a perfect take, because that was really good. Oh, you're in Germany, that's right. All right, let's check out Jenny's Tale.
I have dealt with mental and emotional struggles for a very long time. I was also dealing with...
Okay. Let's not watch stupid ads.
It was a quiet, dark night in an empty street somewhere in London City. Jenny walked alone, she was dragging her feet. She was heading back home to sleep. Well, she knew this town, she knew this floor, because she walked it about 1,000 times before she wanted to escape. Can you blame? Well, on the very same night, in a different place, there walked this hooded young youth by the name of James. He was 14 years old and out of his brain, he'd been smoking ganja with the boys. James, he grew up to be a kid of the street. His mates called him Screech, he was quick on his feet. He was a liar, a thief, at 14 years old, the devil had set his sights on his soul. As Jenny walked home all alone, she felt scared. Usually she was alright, but it was like there was something in the air. A divine intervention telling her to beware, maybe intuition bogging her and making her so scared. Sirens sound in the distance to the beat of Jenny's feet. A symphony of the night that echoes crime on London streets. Jenny turns a corner, their eyes they meet. Up or go Jenny, a boy named Screech. Give me all your money, bitch, give it to me. If you cooperate, then you'll soon be free. I want your purse, your phone, don't fucking look at me. I mean it, bitch, are you listening to me? Jenny freezes statue like a lady shakes stalactite. Feel like liquid nitrogen in the dark night. She tried to find strength to move, but stayed as still as a statue in high-heeled shoes. What the hell you playing at? You playing games with me? I swear to fucking God, I'll slice the rosy off your cheeks. You think I don't mean it, girl? You don't know me. The last thing you see will be a boy code. Screech reached with the sheath of the blade, with the teeth that could bite through steel and slice concrete, and he swung possessed with the devil in his chest, and the statue she was turned to butter in her breath. It was a quiet, dark night in an empty street somewhere in London City. Jenny lay still on the cold concrete. She's found somewhere to sleep. Well, she knew this town, she knew this floor, 'cause she'd walked it about 1,000 times before. I guess that she escaped. It's such a shame.
All right, so I guess I was wrong. It doesn't seem like Screech and Jenny were the two offspring of Violet. Just two other, kids struggling to make it in, in the concrete jungle in London. The setting is pretty raw, right? It's like, it's just these, there's no trees, there's no leaves, there's no organic structure at all. It's just this brutal concrete and dry walls, and these fluorescent lights that are just, oh god, what are we doing with cities, man? Cities were a bad idea. I think we'll all, I was imagining when he was walking through that street, I was like, after Chernobyl, the accident, if you look at the city of Chernobyl now, because it's been totally abandoned for so many years, all of nature has kind of repopulated it, and it looks like those dystopian films where the nukes went off, and then 200 years later there's just trees and foliage and grass and moss growing and vines growing on all of the buildings. And so I was imagining what like that place, that part of London would look like when life had kind of reasserted its dominance in that area. And you just have to, I don't know, I can't imagine anyone thinking that the way that it is now, this inert matter, concrete, this brutal, desolate, lifeless, inert substance, I can't imagine anyone preferring that environment to one that was just brimming with life and plants and organic matter, right? It's just like, we weren't wired, we didn't evolve in that type of setting. Why are we building this type of shit? It's a tragedy. He can play extremely well guitar, and he's very expressive, right? I think his strength is in how expressive he is. One of the problems with me when I try to create artwork, I try to make it too exact, too perfect. So if I'm singing, I want all of the notes to come out perfectly spaced on the beat. I want my vocals to hit the pitch perfectly on the beat. And that's not really how great art is. Like, great art is organic and messy, right? It's got that kind of edge to it. It's got this, your voice cracks, and you kind of, you run out of breath in certain moments, and you speed up and slow down, and it's not mechanical. And a lot of electronic music, because it's so mechanical, because it's generated by computers, and it's so perfect on every single beat, right? It's not as pleasing, right? It's not as compelling because it's too perfect. And so I love the fact that he is just he's so expressive, and he's not afraid to let his lyrics and let his guitar licks be a little bit dirty, right? Be a little bit raw. All right, you'll be back. Cool, man. Thanks for sharing. That was awesome. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, who else is in? Is anyone else in chat? Who's got some more food for thought? We talked about libraries. We talked about ancient libraries that were built. I'm watching a show called The Foundation on Apple Plus. What a black hole! What's up, my man? What a black hole! Hi, I can share you my art. You would change your mind later after listening about perfection. It's also crispy. Okay, yeah, sure. Let's hear it. Or see it. What kind of art are you going to change? After listening about perfection, change my mind and be like, yeah, actually perfection is always desirable. Are you going to change my mind What's up, Dance? You're in the house. Cool, man. Your internet is going crazy? Why is it doing that, dude? Have you contacted the relevant authorities? You might be delayed, no problem. You ironically wanted to express your bad quality art. Okay. Let's have it. What kind of art is it? I love the fact that you guys are artists. That's amazing. I think that all of us should. For a long time, I kind of like fought the. I never labeled myself as an artist because I was always just kind of mediocre at all the arts that I did. Like I was a pretty good illustrator. I was pretty good painting. I was a pretty good sculptor. I did 3D arts, like 3D modeling. I was pretty good at that. I was a pretty good writer, pretty good, wrote pretty good poetry, wrote pretty good fiction. But I never spent enough time to develop my own style, so I never considered myself an artist. I was always just kind of like an amateur. So I never called myself an artist because I didn't feel like I had earned the title. However, I now kind of consider that to be the only really label that is fitting, like in a general sense, like a sort of umbrella term that actually encompasses my identity. Because now I feel like, well, it doesn't matter, even if I'm still in the process of creating and perfecting an art, right? I'm still an artist. What's up? Who's on the brain train now? Oh, Ray-Jin, he's back, my man. Finally. What have you been up to all this time? It's been forever. Been forever. I'm glad to see you back. Ray-Jin's definitely an artist too. So we've got a lot of artists in the house. That's good because artists are very creative thinkers, and that's what the world needs right now. We need a new sort of renaissance, right? What did I title this stream? The Great Awakening? Yeah, we need a new sort of renaissance. A renaissance of content creators that are a little bit more independent minded and creative, right? We need a fast and furious brainstorm, and we need to come up with lots of different new ideas with using all different mediums of art, because that's what the creative process entails. You're definitely a group thinker. I follow the sheep, Ray-Jin says, tongue-in-cheek. Follow the sheep, tongue-in-cheek. All right, let's check out What a Black Hole's art here. Oh, cool, it's a song. Is there any sort of visual elements or just a song? We'll just play the song. fucking amazing, dude. That was awesome. That was freaking awesome. Yeah, that's some badass drum and bass, my man. I'll put that on my StarCraft or my when I game and do competitive gaming that requires a lot of APM. I put on like drum and bass and other high BPM music because listening to music and subdividing, like being forced to subdivide time into finer and finer sections, in this case, like, 16th notes and 32nd notes sometimes, it's like it actually it seems to prime your thinking, right? So it gives you a structure for thought, and so it feels like you can fit in more actions while you're listening to a high BPM sort of song. That was really good. I'm totally blown away. I had no idea I had so many talented people. I knew that you were all, great thinkers, but I didn't know you were also great musicians and artists. So that's cool. Let's plug in Marvel Rivals and play a song to test it out then. I'm not gonna lie, I tried Marvel Rivals and it's pretty good. I liked it. I think they're onto something. A lot, and the IP, I think the IP kind of added a lot of value. So I think the game itself kind of is lacking a little bit of replay value, and there's some sort of mechanics that I feel like it's missing, but it's decent. It's decent. I played it out with a couple buddies of mine. We played one night for like 6 hours straight, and I think I kind of just exhausted myself with the current map selection and the hero selection and stuff. But yeah, it's good. Flurgle's in the house. Flurgle, what's up, my man? Hope you had a happy Christmas. How was it with the newborn? It was your first year with the newborn. So what a black hole. What other music inspires you? Because there's a lot of sort of ambient stuff going on. It almost reminded me. This is not electronic or drum and bass, but there's a couple of bands. One's called Mogwai. The other's called what is it? Fires in the Sky or something. And essentially they have this ambiance, this like building ambiance, a lot of like walls of sound that kind of go in and out, and they build up over the entire length of the song, and so you get this really long drawn out progression with these really like clear crescendos in the middle of the song, and then they kind of die off. So it's this it's almost like a story in a sense, but just using pure sound and trying to generate certain types of emotions. The ambience in there was pretty sustained throughout the song, and I liked it. Now, why do you think? Now, what was your comment about changing my mind about in regard to like perfection in music and stuff? Are you saying that even though it was sort of generated, there was so much chaos and discordant sounds that were used in the sort of sampling that electronic music still had this kind of chaotic? It can still have this chaotic quality, which I totally agree with that, by the way. And electronic artists are getting more and more. They're bringing in a lot of the analog sounds into their production process, right? Whether by gradually like shifting the tones and modulating the tones that get generated so that they don't sound like MIDI. But that's cool. So what a black hole. We're gonna have to do a collab at some point. If you wanna write me an instrumental, I'll write a rap for you. You're addicted to stories and music. I really promise myself not to judge music tastes. Well, it's fine to judge it, but you just have to understand it first, right? So you have to experience it, and you shouldn't judge. So here's the thing: you can't help it. Humans can't. We can't help but be judgmental about things, right? It occurs naturally. But the thing that we also have potential to do is to kind of reflect and ask whether or not those judgments were warranted, or whether the conclusions of those judgments were warranted. So, especially when you're judging music, it takes time to orient oneself to the particular sounds and the types of beats and the rhythms that are found within that sort of genre of music, or even within that particular artist. So what you want to do is just, if you really want to broaden your horizons and be musically well-rounded, is you listen to as many different types of and styles of music as you can, and you force yourself to listen to the things that you don't like, and then eventually, once you become more familiar with them, they become more predictable to you, and it gives you a more sort of I don't know if this is more objective, but it gives you a new way to appreciate things that you hadn't done before. This is called the mere exposure effect, right? So you have to listen to new music, things that are fundamentally new. They're like, we don't like them because they're not predictable. And when things aren't predictable, it kind of makes us anxious a little bit, and it takes more energy to process that information. So it's almost like it's an efficiency thing, right? Our brain wants to conserve energy. So that's why we'll listen to music and genres of music that are fundamentally predictable to us, because then we can dance to them. We can orient our bodies and our thoughts and our predictions in a very, very efficient way, and it kind of feels like you're dancing, it feels like you're jamming, it feels like you're vibing. Before you can do that, you have to orient yourself and listen to a particular type of music for a long time. So that mere exposure effect is crucial in understanding how we develop the tastes and the preferences that we have. So now that we know this, and this is a fact, by the way, this has been studied scientifically through developmental psychology and neuroscience, that all of us develop our preferences, and we prefer things that are familiar. And it's because of this energy. It's all about energy and efficiency. And the physical cost of dealing with something that's fundamentally novel and unpredictable, it's high risk, but it's also high reward, because once you understand the patterns, now it becomes easy. You develop the right pathways in your brain, it becomes very, very easy and fun. I know every human may like or not like certain things and certain styles of music. Whenever you ask me what my preferences are, I feel caught to say that some music is better than others. Well, there is. So the subjective aspect of it is only one side of the coin. There are certain ways in which certain music is better, right? And if you sample any population of individuals, right, and you ask them to listen to, I don't know, say Eminem's, the first song that he wrote when he was 9 years old or 7 years old, right? And then you let them listen to that, and then you let them listen to, Hi, My Name Is, or whatever. Right? Clearly, one is going to be objectively better, because it has more complex rhythms, right? It has syncopations. He understands more music theory, so it's obeying, right? It's obeying the tonal qualities that make music sound sort of harmonic or disharmonic. So there are objective qualities that make good music good, right? And there are objective qualities that make bad music bad, not fundamentally just being pure chaos, having no structure at all, such that listeners can't figure out any of the codes. So these two things are two aspects of art and art appreciation, right? There's objective ways in which art is good, and that if you sample any population or group of people, you'll find statistically that they will prefer the good art over the bad art. And then on top of that, there's just, well, what have these different individuals been exposed to in their lifetime? So both of these things are happening simultaneously. So it's not one or the other. Like a lot of people, they draw this false dichotomy and they say, well, everything's either all subjective or it's all objective and there's no in between. No, it's both, right? These things are happening simultaneously. The way that they're objectively better depends on shared biology, right? It depends on the shared biology of perception of the human brain. That's why we can say that something is objectively better. Maybe it's not like really objectively better, but it's objectively better in the sense that we can formulate a pretty strong consensus, and most people will agree with it, you know. Someday I met random playlist of a guy and tried to listen to it. Objectively, it was just noise. Real random sadistic noise from SoundCloud. I couldn't even guess the style of it. Would you guess that I should try to develop ways of understanding it? No. No. So you have to have a selection criteria, right? So and if your selection criteria is, oh well, okay, what are some ways of having selection criteria? Well, if there are, you know, like maybe there are thousands, does this artist have hundreds of thousands of followers? Is there a population that dedicates themselves to following this person touring across the country, right? If that's the case, then you have to imagine that in a population of 100,000 people or so, right? Most of them have normal and accurate biology, or mostly similar biology, in the things that they would find aesthetically pleasing, right? That's a large enough sample size to say, okay, well, there's something here. Because that many people are not going to just suddenly decide that pure random chaos is music. So that's a good way to have a selection criteria. Even if you don't like the music, is there a large following of that music? Is that style of music popular in some way, right? And so you could look at, I mean, popularity is not always the best metric, right? It's one metric. It's one tool that you could use if you're like, I'm not sure if I should try to understand the shit or not. You could see whether or not there's a lot of other people that, you know, that like it. You believe the owner of the playlist enjoys such music very much. Maybe it's not about enjoyment, right? Like not everything. There are certain fringe genres of music that are not actually about enjoyment. They're about breaking expectations, right? So like a lot of and this applies to different art styles too. So, you know, like there was a whole Dada art style, where, and also like stuff like Picasso, Cubism, like that stuff, it wasn't necessarily meant to be, it's supposed to be discordant. It's supposed to get you to challenge your assumptions about the nature of painting itself, right? So it's almost like a meta-narrative about the nature of music. It's almost more philosophical than for aesthetics. So there are certain, you know, and there's been There's this one composer that was really famous. I forget his name. He's a classical composer, and the stuff that he did just, oh god, it was so. If I can remember his name, I'll see if I can bring up some of his songs. But I mean, he gained some sort of notoriety for making music that really just didn't sound good. There was something about it though that was like strangely not, I won't even say appealing. It was like striking or something. So so maybe this person is just doing this as an experiment, right? Maybe he's just doing it as a social experiment. Maybe he's wondering whether or not you can just put random noise on the internet and like see how many followers you can get. Maybe he's wondering whether or not there's, just random algorithms and bots out there that'll crawl the music. What up, Schmoist? Ferraru's back. What's up? Flurgle Burgle says sometimes folks use music as almost white noise with the beat. They might enjoy it for tuning other stuff out. That could be accurate. Special Moment says music can be a black coffee thing. You can acquire the taste. Sometimes it took me years to get something. I didn't really like it, but love it now. Usually I'm intrigued or interested, and sometimes I go back, then let it fester, and sometimes it works. And here's another thing about music is it has to have some sort of psychological, this is not, maybe these are the wrong terms. It has to have some sort of like resonance, like psychological resonance. You know what I'm saying? So I love Rage Against the Machine, and I love groups like Slipknot. But at the wrong place and the wrong time, the wrong context, Slipknot is like the worst thing I could imagine listening to at that particular moment, right? And it's the same with, it's the same with any style of music, really. Like there are certain contexts where that particular combination of sounds just does not, it's not practical. There's no psychological resonance, right? It doesn't aid you in, there's no, what is it? Is it like a catharsis? It's almost like a catharsis, right? It's like it mirrors the sort of expressions and the psychological emotions that you're experiencing in any given moment, right? That's why certain movies use certain types of musics at certain types of moments, right? There are horror films where all of the stuff is like discordant, and when the murderer in Psycho is stabbing the lady in the shower, it's that screeching nails on chalkboard sign, because it's like that has some sort of psychological resonance. There's some sort of mapping between the quality of the sound and the emotions that you're going through, or that you're supposed to be, or that you would expect to be going through given the visual elements and aspects. So if you just apply this across the entire music spectrum, right, there are certain music genres and songs that you're going to experience for the first time in the wrong context. And a lot of people misattribute, how do you pronounce that? They misattribute their dislike of the song for something objective about the song, instead of realizing, holy shit, we got all sorts of fucking Rasian subscribe. What a fucking god, dude. Thanks, Rasian. So yeah, it's like if you listen to music for the first time in the wrong mood, then you're going to think that there's something, or most people by default think that it's something objective about the song itself, and they're going to be like, well, this is not good, so I'm never going to give it another shot. So that's one thing that you have to keep in mind. It's funny because a lot of the times I'll listen to a particular song and I'll be in a particular mood and I'll be like, this is the best song I've ever heard. Like, amazing. And then at some time will pass and I'll be like, I gotta play this song for such and such a person, so and so. I'm gonna play this song for so and so. Maybe it's a day later, maybe it's 2 days later. I play it for them in that new context, and I'm like, why am I sharing this song? This song is not that good. So it's just like, and I feel bad because they're confused too, because it's just the wrong, like, we're working or doing something, you know, in the office, and it's just, this song is too deep and complex, and there's just too much going on. It's like, it's not structured, and it's weird. But I've done that so many times now. I'm like, dude, it's so hard to... That's why DJs, I really respect DJs, right? Because you have to kind of... you kind of have to get a sense for... And this is just an intuition that I think you build over time. Like, you have to kind of sense the mood in the room and kind of tailor pick your song selections to it. And I think the best DJs have a better ability to do that than others. Shmoy says, hope your Christmas was fantastic, everyone. It was, Shmoist. How was your Christmas? Bararu asks, what is your opinion on anime? I'm a fan. I'm a fan of anime. I think that's you know, it's a popular art style for a reason. I like the simplicity of cartoons. First of all cartoons, including anime. Because you can exaggerate certain aspects, right? You can really kind of, you can make it kind of hyper dramatic. And I think that's a cool aspect, right? With a minimal amount of effort. You can make things kind of larger or bigger or louder than life in a way. Now, I certainly feel like anime, just like other styles of art, like a lot of it is just kind of, it's, you know, it's middle of the road. It's not really, it's not breaking any sort of conventional rules. It's not really making you think. It's not, you know, the story's just kind of mediocre and the characters are all kind of templates of other characters, right? And all the storylines are just kind of rehashes of shit that's happened before. But, you know, like, as a genre itself, I have nothing against anime as an entire genre. In fact, there's some really, really great animes out there. Dude, what's going on with you guys today? What is this, like the Christmas spirit or something that's in the air? What is this? Is this like a groupthink thing? Why you guys think for yourself? Just because some other person subscribes doesn't mean you have to do it yourself, all right? Like, let's calm down here. This is strange. This is not... I don't know how to predict what's going on. This is something new. It's making me uncomfortable. Context is really important. We all know that feeling when it hits just right. Yeah, absolutely special moment. Shmoy says, slow dance in an elder's home with Slipknot would be amazing to see. Oh my God. Sometimes I wish that I remember trying to play like new kinds of music for people because I'm so excited about this particular style of music. And I just realized that it's like the wrong context and maybe they're just the wrong person to expose to this particular thing. And it almost feels like, I remember last Christmas? I was with my family-in-law and I was playing like Viking metal. I was playing Amon Amarth. I was like, Amon Amarth, that would be the perfect thing to share with everyone in this moment because I'm really feeling Viking metal in my blood right now, right? And I just put on a Amon Amarth music video and I was like, I was trying to get into it and I was like looking around realizing that everyone was just like, what WTF are you doing, man? Like, this is this is wrong crowd. And I quickly realized that Amon Amarth was the wrong decision, right? There were elders in the room. So I kind of had that experience. The Slipknot in the retirement home. Rajan's going to be lurking while I do Marvel Rivals. Cool, Rajan. I appreciate the sub, dude. Shmoy says I'm awfully sick, so if we have a dialogue and I reply with something that makes literally no sense, I probably just passed out for a few seconds. Well, if you're able to type words into a keyboard, it means you're not dead, so that, my friend, glass half full, is a good thing. What a black hole says, dollar subs? Oh, okay. Discount subs? Well, shit, that's cool. I don't mind. I'm not trying to make money off of you guys anyway, so I just see it as support and love, so I appreciate it. There's one episode of an anime that I really enjoyed, specifically episode 1 of To Your Eternity. I literally never cry to media basically ever. Seeing fantasy characters fully shuts off my emotions, whether it's a cartoon or a normal film. I cried so much I think it should be shown to people in classes. Really? You've rewatched it so many times, you recommend it so much. Okay. To your eternity. Let me make a note of this. Whenever someone recommends something like this, I try to make a note, because usually they're right. Man, I gotta pee already. All right. I will have to, okay, I made a note. Sorry, I'm bouncing. Bladder is full of tea. I'll be right back. Let me put on a little background music for Rajan. This is not going to help his APM in Marvel Rivals. But deal with it, dude. I'll be right back.
Right.
but my sound's not on. I did a full-on monologue in the opening of the stream with no sound. So you basically had to lip read. Could be a fun thing to do. So what are you guys talking about? Anyone have any good holiday stories? Anything happen interesting that illuminated the human condition to anyone? Any good holiday stories? I had a 10-month-old, my nephew, my sister and her husband came over for Christmas. And let me read chat before I get, let me plant a flag in the story and read chat so I don't exclude anyone here. Okay, so Schmoist, I'm going to watch that episode. I'm going to feel the emotions in that anime, and I'm going to get back to you next time. Special Moment says, so cool, they'll let them have a taste of Amon Amarth. Yeah. I mean, that's, you got to, like, expose people to new ideas, right? Like, they're not going to do it themselves. Like, that's just not how most of us operate most of the time. So you have to expose people to new things. And they're like, holy shit. At least, even if they don't appreciate it in that moment, they're like, this exists. That's cool. Special Moment says, when I share music with someone, I listen differently to it, as if my choice is evaluated. I feel that too, Special Moment. It's weird, right? Because you're trying to simulate, and it's weird because you're trying to simulate that other person's experience. And it's like, you objectively analyzing and being like, does this person worried about whether or not this person actually likes the music and how that reflects on you? That is part of the experience of the music now. So it's almost like this meta narrative, like contamination of the experience of the music itself, right? I think you're onto something there. I think that's true. I think that's true. Shmoy says, I'm really cold and tired. I never really get sick in an, oh wow, I'm dying kind of way, which I'm really thankful for. Yeah, being sick just sucks. Not being in a good frame of mind, not being comfortable in your body, it's the worst. Being sick sucks. I don't have a gamer bucket. What does that mean, a gamer bucket? What's a gamer bucket? When is his birthday? Whose birthday? My birthday? Mine's November 27th. Ferraro says there's also a very cool anime about philosophy, about Empire's War, and it's the top 3 for me. It's called Code Geass. That sounds cool. I like that. Shmoy says about T.O., you're about to, Your Eternity, though. I really, really recommend episode 1. To Your Eternity, though. Okay. If you're curious about the story, I suppose you can watch more. I like the series, but specifically 1. Oh my god. Curtains closed. I like your teapot a lot, and your ducks. This is the best presented stream I've ever seen. Hey, that's a... Thank you for that compliment. That's that makes me feel very, very warm and fuzzy inside. Curtains closed. Welcome to the stream. I don't know that we've spoken before, Curtains closed. It doesn't say new chat on your thing, though. Have we talked before? Did I just forget? If so, remind me. Space Cobbler, do you believe in evolution? I do believe in evolution, Space Cobbler. I think it's hard not to believe in some form of evolution. There's just a preponderance of evidence, and it has stood the test of time. And it feels like evolution is just a fundamental way that matter and complexity arises in nature. So, and I think evolution is a very important concept for all of us to, it doesn't matter what your spiritual beliefs are, right? If this is just a true fact of nature, then we ought to incorporate that into whatever stories that we tell and modify our existing stories. And just like organisms evolve, so too does culture, so too do religions and beliefs and culture, and you see that the only constant in nature is change. And how does it change? Well, it seems like it changes through this long drawn out process of experimentation and selection, right? So the things that survive do so because they are adapted to they are positioned in a sort of functional equilibrium with their environments. So absolutely, I believe in evolution, but that doesn't mean that I take a contrarian stance towards religions, because I think spirituality is also an important aspect of the human condition. So I don't see these two things as being fundamentally opposed to one another. And I think that when we incorporate evolution into our religious and spiritual thinking, it only aids in our ability to tell better stories and make better predictions about where humanity is going and where we ought to go in the future. Curtains Closed says, you should feel warm and fuzzy with that great head of hair. It inspires some jealousy in you. I am 43 years old, so really coming on strong with the compliments. I like this, Curtains Closed. I like this a lot. Keep it up, man. So when I was young, I had a mop of a hair. I had a bowl cut, right? I had this really, really thick, long, shimmering, shiny hair. And everyone was always jealous of my hair. In fact, when I was in high school, there was a point, and I always had kind of longer hair. I wore it in a ponytail at one point with the side shaved, because I kind of rolled around with a bunch of like skaters and stoners, that type of clique, like the punk rock crowd. And so, but eventually I got into swimming, and when you swim, there's this phenomenon called drag, where your hair becomes this thing that like creates drag and friction in the water around you. So when I did competitive swimming for a competition, I shaved it all off. And there was one girl that had this strange, I don't think maybe she had a crush on me too, but she just loved my hair, and she actually like kept a sample of my hair and put it in a plastic bag. I thought that was really strange and kind of creepy, but I guess it was also a compliment. But now my hair is getting pretty thin. I'm starting to, I'm getting really thinning out in the back here, and it's turning gray, so it's getting kind of thin. It's just life, man. But thank you, appreciate the comment. You've lurked a time or two. First time caller. Right on, dude. If you want to talk on stream, I have a Discord as well. So if you want to get a Discord invite, you're welcome to talk in person. I'm not in the stream room yet, but I can jump in if anyone wants to talk live. If you've got a story that you want to tell. Because we're talking about kind of stories today, and how stories are kind of a tool. They're a way to share our experiences of the world, and they help us to learn. Right? It's this powerful learning tool that we have to share our experiences with other people. So it's pretty good. And we're talking about how you can tell stories through music and different art forms. What came before organisms? Space Cobbler has got a deep question. What came before organisms? Probably molecules, things like amino acids, carbon chains, with different sort of chirality, right? So chirality is where a particular molecule exists in two different types of forms, a left form and a right form, and they're just mirror images of one another. And I recently read an article that was talking about how if you look at by using like satellites and certain I'm just going to say space technology because I don't know what it's actually called. You can gauge sort of the chemical composition of certain things like tails of comets and asteroid samples and stuff, right? So you can use various techniques, usually shining like radiation and trying to figure out what the composition of these celestial objects are. And scientists are starting to think that evolution actually started in space, because you see a lot of these complex carbon chains, a lot of like compounds, like methyl compounds and stuff out in space. And so perhaps the complexity of these building blocks, sort of the Lego blocks of life, started happening really, really early on in the universe, or just maybe let's not think about early on, but in a more sort of primal stage of development, right? Before we had complex organic systems that were able to like photosynthesize and persist over time and go explore and locomote and all that type of stuff. We had this kind of soup of all of these compounds that were like basic building blocks, you know, just a bucket of Lego pieces. And so if you think about the universe and the galaxy as this giant bucket of different building blocks, and we see that motion and change is part of whatever the universe is, right? Change and motion is a fundamental aspect of it. So if you conceptualize the universe as a giant bucket of Legos that's perceptually in motion, swirling around, right? If you took a bucket of Legos and you just shook it up for billions and billions of years, then you would get certain pieces naturally fitting together, right? And some of those pieces would fit so well together that they would form these strong bonds, molecular bonds, atomic bonds. And then eventually, if you keep shaking this bucket long enough, right, you get complex pieces that become templates for their own reproduction, right? So if you think about a mold or one shape attracting another shape, right, in some way where it's causing the sort of the mirror opposite of that molecule to sort of lock in and then break apart in this process, then you can see replication happening without organisms, without life. You can see that replicators are probably what came before organisms, simple replicators. So molecular replicators. And I think, you know, I don't study this, so this is not my area of expertise. But I think that's a basic answer to your question, what came before organisms. Essentially, molecular replicators of some form or another. And so chemicals and chemical compounds. And it probably started before life on Earth started. Shmoy says, oh, also Orb on the movement of Earth is a new anime. It's still going. It's about medieval Poland where the protagonist attempts to prove the heliocentric theory in a super Christian society. You could imagine how dangerous that is. I think it's very cool. Yeah, it's very dangerous. Was it Aristotle that got... Who was the person that got put to death? Was it... Who was the original philosopher that gets credit for the heliocentric theory? But yeah, a lot of these early theories, it were so blasphemous that people just got put to death. Bohab James says, what's up, Bohab James? Hope you had a good week. My hair's to your butt. People give you compliments on it all the time. I haven't cut more than like 2 inches off for the past 22 years. Are you kidding, Bohab James? Pics or it didn't happen, man. Let me see that. Curtains closed and now we have 5 kids. Now we have 5 kids? What are you referring to, curtains closed? 5 kids. Who are these beautiful children that you speak of? I missed something. I apologize. I'm missing context. Shmoy says, wow, this science believer really thinks there were Legos in space millions of years ago. It's just a metaphor, Shmoist. I know you're pulling my chain. Flurgle says, new addition to the great filter theory, space Legos prevent advanced societies from walking in the stars. Okay. Space Legos, yeah. Yeah, I like that, Flurgle. So the reason we haven't been contacted, so far as we know, by other intelligent species like us, is because when you travel at speeds of light, at great distances, these Legos slam into whatever sort of spacecraft that you're trying to build and totally annihilate that spacecraft in the process. So I think you're right. Legos could provide a very, very powerful filter for life to travel. Shmoy says, gosh darn those Danes creating complex organisms. Copernicus, yeah, I think you're right. Copernicus. Galileo? They all blend together. I'm really terrible with like history and names because I'm more interested in the bigger ideas, like the theory and the idea of really great thinkers putting out these new theories and being put to death because of them. Like, that's a thing. And we see that, that process happening again and again and again with, like when I was working for a company, I had this theory about how we should rebrand. And I was basically, I was almost drawn and quartered for my blasphemous notions about how to rebrand in a more sort of fun way. My company, they wanted to be serious, right? They wanted to be like high tech, right? They wanted to be high tech and serious and professional. And I was like, no. You guys are thinking about this all wrong. We need to be more fun. This is about fun. And yeah, I was basically laughed out of the room. One of the CFO asked if I was drunk when I made this recommendation. Or it wasn't even a recommendation. It was just like, hey, what if? Here's an idea. It's the same kind of thing. Daniel Ann says, happy weekend. Christmas Day. Also, there's nothing wrong with geocentrism. There's nothing, Daniel Ann? Nothing wrong with that? With geocentrism? Shmoy says, well, the wrong thing about it is that it's incorrect. Geocentrism. Okay, if you could steel man a case for geocentrism, how would you do that, Daniel Ann? Geocentrism. I mean, there is one aspect of geocentrism that's correct, which is that at least for some local bodies in space, it's true, right? So it's true for the moon orbiting the Earth, that the Earth has a sort of geocentric gravity and pull and traction to it, where the object, in this case the moon, is more strongly attracted to the Earth than any other heavenly body that it's next to. So it's just applying the Earth it's just thinking about the Earth as the center of the universe and the sun and all the stars, and I mean, that's totally wrong. So that's the best way that I could steel man a geocentric view of Earth, is that, well, it's true for the moon. It's just not true for anything else. Shmoy says it is the way it is because of the way it is. Flurgle nods geocentrically in agreement. Special Moment says you always have the best ideas drunk. It's not that they're the best ideas. It's just that you can have them and share them. And we're not afraid to get into any kind of trouble because the part of our brain that's really risk averse and is focused on our image is shut down. So it's more of like it opens you up to the potential to have good ideas. So it's a probability game. But yes, I agree. Oftentimes, it's fun. It's fun when you're drunk because you're not filtering yourself as much. So you're a bit more open. Get the social gears, get the social lubricant flowing. Right? And then you say something stupid and maybe it's not even a good idea, but it like someone hears you and it stimulates some sort of thought in their mind and they're like, "Oh, let me add on that. What if we take that geocentric idea and we apply it to, I don't know, Schrodinger's cat, and somehow we tell some story about, I don't know, that's going nowhere. You guys can tell a story." Daniel Ann says, incorrect how? Movement is relative and observer dependent, isn't it? Movement is relative and observer dependent. Well, it is in a perceptual sense. It is in a perceptual sense. So you can have different perceptions. So, like depending on how fast you're traveling, you might perceive an event happening at a different moment relative to someone else perceiving it happen. But I don't think that has anything to do with the geocentric theory. I mean, that was a pretty specific theory, right? It was saying that the Earth is the center of the universe and everything rotates around Earth, and that explains, right, the movement of the stars and the sun and the heavenly bodies. And that is just, I mean, that's just obviously wrong. So I don't know where the, I don't know, Daniel Ann. Convince me. Maybe you're onto something. Shmoy says we have sent cameras far into space. We have these pictures, so we have plenty of areas we've observed from. Steelman, we can't see the edges of the universe or what rotation we have in comparison to all of existence. Maybe everything else is being thrown around us perfectly to mimic us moving around it. Could be. Seems to fly in the face of Occam's razor principle, which usually the simplest explanations that make sense of all the data are the best. But yeah, I like that, Florgal. Thanks for that good steel, man. Surely, and that's God. Special Moment says, if I was drunk, I'd be able to tell a better story about applying geocentric concept of the universe to the Schrodinger's cat experiment. I think you're right, Special Moment. Surely it's Azathoth sleeping us into Lego threatened existence. This was Galileo, by the way. Galilean relativity. Ferraro says, I'll be back. Right on. Boab James says, yeah, it can't be right because I'm the center of the universe. Duh. Boab James centrism. I like it, man. I mean, there's a sense in which all of us, like as conscious agents, we're kind of the center of our own existence. So maybe we could just apply this idea of geocentrism, like more generally, and apply it to conscious agents and think about it in those terms. Because, you know, some people believe that really consciousness in matter, it's all in the head, right? Like we actually create the universes around us. And there's nothing, like matter doesn't exist in the universe. It's just information as seen or observed by a single person. Like I think that's a legitimate, I don't know if it's legitimate, but it is a belief that some people hold. I don't know what that's called. Solipsism. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Solipsism is kind of like that. But it's weird, right? Because if all of you are only sort of only exist insofar as my mind is creating sort of the chat things that are coming up, right? How does that actually work with multiple agents that all agree that they are in fact the creator of reality? How can all of us be simultaneously creating reality independently of one another? It just doesn't, it strains the mind. It's meocentric. I like that. I like that, Flurgle. Meocentric. Not to be confused with meowcentrism, your cat's belief that they are the center of the universe. Love it, dude. How are you doing, Flurgle? Oh, I never told you. Let's get back to my my story. Because Flurgle, you might appreciate this. How old is your kid now, Flurgle? And I'm sorry, I totally forgot the name and gender of your child. I forgot. My bad. But how old? Only 2 months? My God. Okay, well, here's an interesting observation. Because I have a nephew that's 10 months old. And he came and he joined us for Christmas. And we discovered something quite profound about the nature of a 10-year-old. Still just a loud houseplant. Feed me, Seymour. I'm hungry. So our nephew, or my nephew, 10 months old, came over for Christmas, and for 3 days we discovered that all of the toys and things that we used to entertain our 3 ferrets, well, now 2 ferrets, all of these things were very, very age appropriate for my nephew. So we have this box of like plastic, these miniature plastic ping pong balls, multicolor, that we hide toys and treasures in, and the ferrets dig in the plastic ball box, and they grab their treasures and go run off and hide them. Man, this kid just loved the dickens out of these colorful plastic ping pong balls and had so much fun with them, just dumping the balls everywhere, scattering them, you know, knocking them around, just splashing in the balls, basically. He also, strangely enough, really responded to these little... So I make these little treasures out of bubble wrap strips. So I get these metallic insulated bubble wrap bags that... so we get produce we get produce delivered to our house every week. And the refrigerated items come in this metallic bubble wrap sort of plastic. And so I take strips of this and I roll them up into little sort of dowels, and then I just hot glue the ends together. And they're the perfect size to fit in a ferret's mouth. And they like them because they like to chew on them, and they also like, they're shiny, so they hide them as treasures. Dude, my nephew, every time you look over, he's got another one of these like chew toys in his mouth. And I was just like, oh my God, all of the ferret toys are just perfectly age appropriate for this 10-month-old. This is like that's where he is in a psychological development. He's at the ferret stage. He's at the ferret phase. Don't worry, this will pass. I promise. So we were totally prepared for our nephew's visit because we had ferret toys. So that's a thing you might consider once your child hits around that age. It'll be variable for everyone, but so that's cool. Did you have fun getting gifts for your loud houseplant? How was the Christmas experience? You didn't fly anywhere, travel anywhere, did you? Are you still doing home remodeling? How's the house coming along? So that's my Christmas story about my ferret toy loving nephew. What else did we do this Christmas? Let me get in Discord. Alright, it's open now. Come on down.
Hi, hello. Hello?
I hear you. Loud and clear. Wait, actually, let me adjust the sound.
It's like you're in the room with me.
Aw. Yes, I love technology. Allows us to talk frequently.
Discord expert.
The Flurgle, the Burgle, the Legend, Schmoy says. He's excited. I'm excited. Regale us with your holiday stories, good sir.
Prepare to be underwhelmed.
Prepare
No,
ship
it's all...
for ludicrous speed.
Not that. Nope. Damn. So, what all did you ask? Did I enjoy getting gifts for the kid? I got the kid one thing, which was like a super fancy pants, old-timey kaleidoscope. And they don't care.
Old-timey?
Yeah,
So that's
there's
the
like
kaleidoscope is a thing you put up to your eye and you like turn it, twist it, and the little colors and fractals sort of spin around. Is that?
Yep. And that's what it does. And they couldn't care less, but someday they might. So.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
Who is they? Is this some sort of gender pronoun that you're saddling with your child because you don't want him to be locked into one or the other gender? Is that what's happening here? What's going on, man?
No, they got a kaleidoscope. She got a kaleidoscope. Our daughter.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Yeah, no. But yeah, she doesn't care. Ferrets. If you could strap their face to a kaleidoscope, they might like it. But I don't think they've got the attention span for fractals.
Their eyesight is not that good. Like I think they kind of pick out broad shapes and stuff, but they mostly rely on smell and sound. So I don't think they would really appreciate the kaleidoscope in the way that your daughter will eventually.
Hopefully.
But yeah, she's gonna love it. Was it like a fancy one? Does it have crystals on it? Like, is it? You said it's old timey. Sometimes they don't make things like they used to. Is this like a very, very? Is this a handcrafted like?
Oh yeah. There's this dude. I think he's in like Israel or something, and he makes them like the old ways with like glass and brass and all kinds of crap. So
awesome.
Yeah, so it's a neat thing. You know, it's the first thing that I got the kids, so I figured, it should be neat.
Is there a mechanical aspect to it, or do you just turn it and like the different shapes like fall with just gravity and stuff?
It's super simple. It's got like a pin that has two wheels full of like little pieces of colored glass and things in them.
Oh, gotcha.
And you can spin them independently, and then the thing you hold it's got like 4 mirrors in it. That's kind of what they do. So it's just like when Willy Wonka takes them on that crazy psychedelic like roller coaster ride. It's like the background in that, and so yeah. So that's the thing.
How did you come across this strange artifact from the bygone era, or did you like? Where did this come from, this idea of a kaleidoscope? Did you just see it? Did you just stumble upon it and be like, wow, I must have it. It will be mine.
I was thinking of things that, were simpler kids' toys that you could there was a fancy version of it. Like you can't really upscale the quality of like wooden blocks with letters on them. Maybe a nice mahogany, but that doesn't that doesn't do much. So I liked kaleidoscopes as a kid, and so I looked around and found this old-timey version. So yeah.
And then, with your skill set, you could probably engrave her name on it too, or something cool like that, right?
Yeah, I might be too scared to do that. Maybe I'll do like a brass plate that I could
Oh
glue
yeah, there
onto
you
the
go.
side of it. But
Yeah.
yeah, man. So we did that, and we also what Nikki got the kid was a noble title from Sealand, our favorite unrecognized nation. So yeah.
Tell us about Sealand. Ferraro asks what's happening. We're talking about. I've got Flurgle on the phone here. He's chatting live with us now, and he's telling us about his holidays, and we're also talking about whether or not kaleidoscopes are appropriate for organisms like ferrets, and we've decided that they're not unless you considered giving them LASIK surgery, so you could improve their vision. So that's what's going on so far, and Flurgle's about to tell us about Sealand, because I think I've heard of it before, but you'll have to refresh my memory, Flurgle.
I've probably told you about it because we've got the same worthless titles from the place. But
Okay.
there's an old radar tower that they built out in international waters, like outside of Britain. Like they had a
Yeah.
bunch of them to catch, like Nazi planes coming over and crap. And they abandoned them, but they were in international waters. And so this guy went in there and planted a flag and said that this was the nation of Sealand.
Okay, yeah. I
And
remember this.
and they've yeah, and so they had pirate radio and all sorts of things going there, um and it's just
So
this really interesting little microcosm. Yeah.
let me look this up. Is Sealand, is it an actual island, or is it just like a tower
It,
that was built out there? Could you live on
yeah.
it? Like, could you make a
Yeah.
home on it?
There are people constantly living there. Yeah, it's a big tube that was kind of built into like really shallow waters, and then like a
What?
hollow concrete one with a radar tower on top. And yeah, there's a bunch of hippies that still live on there to this day.
So it's not an island. It's a man-made structure. This
Yep.
is interesting. All right, let me show
Yeah.
you guys this.
Prepare to be underwhelmed.
This is. Why would you live on this?
Because you can make your own fate. You're not bound by the, archaic rules of other countries.
This reminds me of Waterworld.
Yeah. They do need some metal jet skis.
They need
I
some
hope
jet
that's
skis.
what our
They need some
Yeah.
jet skis for sure. But it's a good start, I guess. It's an anchor.
Yep. Yep. And those tubes are hollow, so that's
What
kind
is
of
this? Do they have some sort of soccer team?
Well, of course. This is a full
of
nation.
Well,
Roy,
of course.
These are a proud people. Of course, they represent themselves in various sports.
A micronation.
Mm-hmm.
An offshore platform in the North Sea.
Yes.
Okay, so now tell me, you said that you actually got titles?
Mm-hmm.
So you became,
Of
what are
Lord-
you, like the Lord of Sealand? Are you some sort of...
I mean they have a let me see. They've got a king and a prince and all this other stuff. We are but humble baron and baroness, me and my wife, and then our child has the title of lady.
That seems pretty good, though. Baron and Baroness.
Right?
I mean,
They,
if you announce yourself as Baron anything, I mean,
Mhm. Yeah.
I
so,
feel like people will automatically respect and fear you a little bit more, just a little bit.
that hasn't been my experience, but hopefully, yeah.
Well, do you announce yourself? Do you wear a cape? Because I'm pretty sure Barons wear capes.
That's
So-
probably the problem. I don't have a good cape.
You need a good cape, a good hat, perhaps a monocle,
Yep.
and definitely some form of cane. Or at least that's kind of the... Why is that the image of a baron in my head? What popular media barons might I be thinking of?
I think you're rolling up every like portrait of a lord that's ever been like painted and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta cram as much stuff as you can into there.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I don't know if they
how
got...
do you have internet? Ferraro says, how do you have internet? Well, he doesn't actually live on this. It's just somehow how much was this to get these titles? Did you have to send them money?
Oh yeah, basically this whole cheesy little operation is just run off of people buying like titles and little flags and stuff. So you got to think of it more as a donation.
Right.
But yeah, they're too expensive for what they are. So yeah.
Okay. Are you embarrassed to share the price of
course,
said baron designation?
I think the titles we got, because they're higher up the food chain, were maybe like $150 or something, and then maybe like 60 or 80 for the lady title or something. I don't know. Yeah. There is the Ireland one. When we were getting married, that's why we had got them. And we looked at Ireland. Ireland's expensive. That one's too much. This little, hippie commune offside Britain is far more affordable for lordships.
Yeah, it's in your price range. Daniel and I think is onto something. Mr. Peanut. That's the template. That's the image. Classic Baron. Mr. Peanut, Mr. Peanut, how do you even know about Mr. Peanut, Daniel Ann? Because you're only like 20-something, right? Is Mr. Peanut... Is he coming back in style now? Because my dad had a Mr. Peanut, like, piggy bank. And actually sold it at the estate sale. Let's get a good image of Mr. Peanut. You remember Mr. Peanut, right, Flurgle?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he must be the food that Uncle Pennybags eats, right? Yeah, that looks like a fat cat of industry. That looks like someone who's going to tell you there's 500 people who can do your job just as well. That's someone who hires scabs. That's who Mr. Peanut is to me.
It's kind of funny thinking that it's kind of... I like where you're going with this. It is kind of funny thinking about how something so sort of mundane and just ho-hum as a peanut could like explode into like a multi-billion-dollar industry with like corporate corruption, espionage, and like
that was the rebranding they did. Yeah, peanuts are so blasé, but they decided to make it fun. And
is this still around? 2016? They're still in business?
Yeah, dude, you think they went out of business? Like,
I guess
you can
not,
still buy
man.
peanuts. Who are you going to buy peanuts from but Mr. Peanut? He sells his own kind, his own people, to be eaten.
I don't know that I've bought any Mr. Peanut branded peanuts for like... I don't ever remember buying them, actually.
Okay, but
have you found Mr. Peanut branded peanuts anywhere?
I mean, they're because they're not Mr. Peanut, right? Are they Planters?
It's just Planters now, I guess, huh? So...
Yeah. And then he's
it's just mascot. Planters. Oh, you're right. My bad. I have bought Planters. Why does maybe I just filter out the peanut.
You must. You don't even see the class warfare being
I don't
fought
see. I
on
don't
your
see it.
peanuts.
Yeah. It's selective vision. I don't want to see it. I just want to enjoy my peanuts without any of the political implications or the, like, look, I don't want to know that I'm supporting some sort of, industrial giant that's destroying the landscape by how do you
Big
plant
peanut.
peanuts anyways? Like, how do you farm peanuts?
Peanuts are weird. They grow on the ground, don't they? I think
Yeah,
they dig them all up and
you got to
shake them
dig
off.
them up. What does the actual peanut plant look like?
I think it's pretty boring, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Lionheart or Arthur? Yeah, those are both good.
How
Merlin's
peanuts
good.
grow, the complete cycle. Okay. Why don't more, you never hear about backyard gardens, including peanuts. Why is this the case, Flurgle? Because it feels like they're kind of convenient, right? They've got their own little shell. They're easy to crack open and eat, unlike, walnuts or something like that, which you have to grow an entire tree. Why couldn't you plant this in your backyard and, like, have a peanut harvest? Why don't people do that? You can make
It's a good
peanut
question.
butter,
Mm-hmm. High protein,
high
good
protein.
fats, good oils. Yeah.
Across the USA peanut belt. Okay, didn't know that was a thing. Peanuts are planted after the last frost in April through May, when soil temperatures reach 65 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Plant specially grown peanut kernels from the previous year's crop about 2 inches deep. For a good crop, 140 to 150 frost-free days are required. Seedlings crack the soil. Peanut seedlings rise out of the soil 10 days after planting. They grow into a green oval leaf plant about 18 inches tall. Flowers
I think
appear.
the reason.
Pegging?
Yep.
Pegging is a unique feature. The budding ovary is called a peg. The peg enlarges and grows down and away from the plant, forming a small stem which extends to the soil. The peanut embryo is in the tip of the peg.
Usually that
You
costs
don't
extra.
really, you don't think, when you think about eating just reaching into a can of peanuts, you don't really conceptualize them as like eating little plant babies, do you?
Right. Thanks to Mr. Peanut rebranding,
But maybe we ought to.
Well, I mean, I think we figured out why you don't hear about it. I think that, well, they're into some weird stuff, but also, if you grow them at your house, I think a bunch of people in Mr. Peanut costumes show up and, like, break your kneecaps.
Yeah, the men in black. Yeah.
The men in brown with black tights and top hats,
hats.
monocles, and large peanut mascot costumes.
They require less water than other nuts.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's. I don't know. It just feels like they're such a handy snack and it doesn't seem like, at least from that brief little article, that they would be that hard to grow or take up that much space in a backyard garden. But I'd never heard anyone planting peanuts in their garden backyard.
You're getting too close to the truth, Roy. You gotta back off.
Yeah, I
Mr.
know.
Peanut is gonna send you, a severed half peanut in a box. I don't know.
You're right. You're right. Ferraro says pegging. I think that's the wrong website. What's the wrong website?
Well, it's the other uses for the term, Roy. There's the double entendre there.
What's the pegging? What's the double entendre? I missed it.
It's
Fill me in.
Roy. It's using the strap-on. It's getting railed by somebody
Is it
with
really?
an artificial phallus. Yes.
I did not know this.
See, that's why I can't. That's why I come on here to teach you. You know.
How is it possible that there are still like sexual like terms that I'm not familiar with?
That's
I guess
a
there's no.
pretty common one. That's pretty blasé at this point. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. I guess I just hang with the wrong crowd, man.
Mm-hmm.
Ferraro says I'm
well,
not going down that rabbit hole. It's too late, man. I tripped and fell down.
You are the one that did the double question marks on pegging, and then I think that's the wrong website. You sent us down the hole. Soaking is another one that is just so. It's the
I
most
don't know what
middle
that one is
school
either.
thing I've
I
ever
do not
heard
know
of.
what that is either.
It's weird Mormon shit because you can't have sex, but yeah, you can Google it. You know what? I don't even want to describe all this.
Come
stuff,
on,
but I know
Flurgle.
it.
Come
all
on,
right.
Flurgle.
I'm sorry, everyone. Yeah, so you can be inserted, but it's the going in and out that God hates, and so you can just sit there, don't move, but you can sit there.
Oh, okay.
And it gets real wacky because they'll have like a friend come over and like kick the bed and stuff. Because then, oh, geez, all-knowing, omniscient God, I'd love to not be, going in and out, but my friend's kicking the bed.
I can't control my friend.
This isn't me.
I can't control the fact that the mattress is moving up and down. Yeah.
That ain't me, man. That's
It's incredible the great lengths that we'll go to rationalize the things that we want to do.
Yeah, I mean it's it's pretty wacky. I saw a thing with like Amish using like solar power or something, and they're like, oh no, this electricity's okay or something. Yeah, folks really doing what they can. Yeah, omnipotent God, he doesn't know. Good thing he can't read your mind.
Yeah, he won't know that you're trying to pull one over on him. Soaking, but why soaking, cousin?
You're soaking.
It's not like a sponge. You're sitting there.
You can soak anything. It's just leaving it in something.
I know, but it seems like maybe it's not the right term.
It seems like it was named by really weird high schoolers, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Soaking.
Might be something to that.
How about like what would a better like what's a word
term?
for when you're just like waiting in say you're in a hospital, right? And you're just kind of waiting for like news to happen. What is that
Loitering?
activity? Loitering. Yeah, loitering. I like that. What is just when you're just waiting around for something to happen? Is there a word for that? Is there fermenting? Special moment. That's a little too dirty, man. That is not sufficiently euphemistic. I don't want to think about bacteria involved in this process. Loitering. I do like loitering. I think that's really good. You got my vote for loitering.
Thank you.
Fertilizing.
Jesus.
No, that's definitely against the rules. No seeds. Daniel's voting fermenting. Does anyone have any other nominations for a different verb?
Yeah. Or a tiebreaker. Oh god.
Implantation.
Yeah, implantium. I kind of like that.
Implantium?
Because it doesn't really mean anything. It's just sort of weird. Oh, it was just a spelling error. Yeah, I don't know. That's too Geiger-esque for me.
You're just passively. It's just like passive stimulation. How about like? I know there's a perfect word for it. I can't can't think of it though. Stop, bro. I'm stuck. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. All right. We are deep down the rabbit hole now. Let's climb our way back out, Flurgle. What else did you do this holiday adventure that illuminated something of the human condition?
Just deeply pondering geocentrism and our place in the universe.
Do you remember believing in Santa Claus when you were younger, and do you remember the moment that you stopped believing in Santa Claus, or the great reveal when this myth became?
I remember believing wholeheartedly and like constantly finding proof to the contrary and just writing it off. Like I can look back and be like, "Oh wow, just nothing but proof to the contrary of what I believed." But
so you kind of just spent a lot of years gathering a laundry list of evidence against it.
But I don't recall a moment. I think it was just a slow, sad rejection of, "Oh, okay, it's starting to look pretty clear what's going on." Yeah, I might need EDM to figure out my trauma.
Enrico mentioned. Did we mention Enrico? Who's Enrico, and why would we mention him? Special Moment says you need EMDR to get that out. Suppressed trauma.
You might be right, but I think I'll leave it. You know.
Daniel Ann says, do you guys actually remember believing in Santa? I can't remember that far back. I do have these memories of like when I was really young, not super young, maybe like 4 or 5 or something like that. Of just kind of like walking out on Christmas Day and like seeing all the presents and like candy canes hung on the tree and looking at a little like table with some milk and cookies on it, noticing that there were bites taken out of the cookie and like the milk was almost halfway drank in. And my parents went to great lengths to pull the curtains over our eyes and make this real for us. And I think that they did a pretty good job for a few years. But I do remember the moment when it was revealed to me that Santa Claus was not real. And I asked my mom, I confronted her directly. and I said, tell me the truth, Mom, spill the beans. The man in the red suit, real or not? I'm skeptical. And she's like, no, he's not real. And I just remember being like, yes, I knew it. Like something of a young scientist in me rejoicing, and you know, because
that's great.
Ferraru asks, do you guys have an inner monologue? We talked about this last time, didn't we, Ferraru?
Ooh.
Yeah, we all have an inner monologue. I thought that my wife actually had less of an inner monologue, but she claims that I'm totally wrong about that. I thought that because she was like a speed reader and she didn't read in her head, like her inner monologue doesn't occur while she's reading. It just goes straight from vision to like comprehension. I thought that also implied that she probably didn't do that generally or as much, and she was like, no, I have a horrible inner monologue. It's going all the time. I fucking hate it. I was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, I have an inner monologue. Flurgle?
Oh man, do I have an inner monologue. Yeah, it's rapid and continuous and flowing. And apparently people have a hard time visualizing objects in their minds. I read about this the other day. I feel like that might be part of why I'm decent with like the spatial relations sort of crap. Like, I guess some folks can't imagine like a cube in their brain. I don't know. Well, you're the brain guy.
Yeah, we're talking about this. Also, there's another condition I forget what it's called, but it relates to not having seeing that mental imagery as well. But I don't know. This must be a very rare condition because it feels like I spoke to someone who, in person, who claimed not to really have mental imagery. And I asked him, I was like, okay, just do some experiments, right? Like can you imagine a Rubik's Cube in your head? Like, can you see it? He's like, yeah, I can see like kind of a cube. And I was like, okay, well, what about the details can you see? Like, can you remember like a specific configuration of colored patterns? Because he was worried. He thought there was something wrong with him. And I was like, well, let's dig in, and because maybe you're just confused about when other people say they have mental imagery, like maybe you're just confused about how detailed or how vivid that like experience is. Because when I see a Rubik's Cube, I can imagine the Rubik's Cube, especially if all the colors are the same side, or all the sides are the same color. But if they're all jumbled up, man, that's like, I can't simulate that. That's too fine detail, right? Like, there's no way that I can imagine a Rubik's Cube with all the different dots in some configuration and have it remain stable. That just fluctuates. And he's like, yeah, they don't remain stable, but I can kind of imagine all the same sides being the same color. And I was like, yeah, it's the same for me. So I'm wondering if some people are just confused about, because I mean, what is mental imagery? You don't really experience it as an image, do you? I mean,
yeah,
kinda, but not really. It's more of like a feeling. It's like, it's not like vision. It's not like hallucinating it. You know, it's not like a lucid dream where you feel like you're really seeing it. It's like it's this weird intuition about what it would be doing if it was this abstract place and space and time.
Yeah, it might just be like a awareness of it where most folks have just sort of swept that under the rug. Like, it's so obvious they aren't even aware of it being something they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky stuff. I can't really imagine things taking time, like something happening over a specific amount of time. I can't imagine the actual walking down a hallway and getting there, like the footsteps and the amount of time it would take, things like that. I have a really hard time with like any sort of temporal anything. That I have a really hard time with. But you know, I drink a lot of soda, and I've probably been hit with a few too many spray cans of spray paint. I don't know.
Soda, that's what carbonation is doing. There's a war against
the ass. Yeah. Oh, great. We're gonna have Mr. Pepsi break my kneecaps, and Mr. Peanut's gonna take you out.
Yeah, dude, we're fucked. So, like you, I'm pretty good with spatial reasoning, or at least I feel like I'm decent with it. You know, like for a while I got paid for, you know, graphic design and building, you know, models, and I was always pretty good at like sculpture and stuff. So, and like drawing, right? That's a lot of spatial reasoning going on. But I don't feel like I don't feel this experience of having a really, really vivid internal sort of way in which that visualization becomes this tool, like this externalized tool that I'm using and referencing as I'm doing those things. It feels like it's just automatic, right? It's just this intuition that's kind of been trained up with enough experience over time, just like ChatGPT, right? It's just deep learning. It's just training the relevant networks, and then it happens automatically when you realize you get the right result. So I don't feel like I have this like vivid experience of seeing things in my mind's eye oftentimes. So I'm curious if there are people that have a heightened sense of that or a heightened ability of that, or if it's just people like me that are using metaphorical language to describe an intuition, which is fundamentally non-physical, right?
Yeah, it's, I mean, hearing you describe the like imagining stuff, it is kind of tricky because I really like you said, it's not seeing it specifically. It's not a hallucination, but man, it is like it, you're not using your eyes, so it's hard to say that you're seeing it, but yeah, the je
But
ne
you're
sais
focusing
quoi
on it.
of
You're focusing on
of the mental image, it is very
it. It's
clear
taking up.
in
It's
my
taking
mind.
up attention.
Yeah, and it's it's something where yeah, I'm not looking at it, but wow, I can really kind of I have the image of it in my head and moving it and turning it. It's very, but you're right, it's not vision. It's hard to describe. It's a tough one.
So Ferrara says for him it's like a transparent sheet. I think that's a pretty good way to describe it with transparency, because it's not. I mean, that's the best way that I could think about it. It's like some layer of your attention being split, and it's like it's not occluding your ability to focus to see other things, but every con has its pro. Special Moment says
I'll be right
cons and
back.
pros for show. Daniel Ann says that's interesting. Nitro Gold. I don't think the universe has ever contracted, but if God is unchanging, as it said, then he shouldn't experience time at all, I think, and always have the same thought and had been unable to create. But that's a whole other thing, I guess. You think there are laws that allow God to exist, not that he created them? I must have missed something. Special Moment. Man, I missed a lot of stuff. Let me go back here. So we talked about inner monologue. Daniel, Special Moment says, me and my brother were reprimanded by teachers for spoiling Santa Claus to others. That's funny. Daniel, and how time passes differently for God and for us. They told my parents, for fuck's sake. So what did you... How were you describing how time passes differently for God? And is that what you were talking about? Imagine all the people living by the day. Oh, that's a song? Imagine all the people living... I thought it was for the day. Ferrara says you can force your brain to turn data into a cube or stuff. It takes long. Yeah, it's a process. Nitro Gold says, as the universe expands and contracts by the same laws that allow God to exist, God experiences time. And as he goes to pick us up into heaven, the cosmic rays age us horribly. Okay. I kind of like that. That's kind of fun. That's kind of creative. Special Moment says ketamine. Honestly, I couldn't tell whether my eyes were open or closed. Uh-oh. Ferrara says more actually like a projector projecting onto a transparent sheet. Have you seen these demonstrations of... Have you been following holographic technology at all, Flurgle? Have you seen these... I got an article about...
Like new stuff?
Yeah, there's this demo of this holographic technology where it looks pretty legit, man. It's like we've somehow figured out how to project light in these three-dimensional arrays, just like in the Star Wars and Star Trek and stuff.
I haven't seen the latest stuff, but there's usually a big caveat with stuff like that. There's usually like
you can only do it under
it has
very
to be
strict lighting conditions.
Yeah, it's the stuff that
Particular
I've
viewing
seen.
angle.
It's usually or like a Pepper's Ghost sort of thing. Like well, it's a transparent thing it's being projected onto, and if it's 3D and you're looking at it from this angle, whoa, you can't tell. Yeah, I'll have to look into it though. I mean, it's
This seemed
there's
pretty
always something
legit.
new coming.
This seemed pretty
Okay. Do
legit.
you remember what it was called, or?
No, I don't. Just have to
God damn.
probably just Google search like breaking news holograms are a thing.
Yeah, I bet that's never been written.
There was this very, very elaborate demonstration that people did of I think it was like an alien or something.
I will reserve judgment. Maybe they figured something out, but I'm hella skeptical because there have been a few times I got super excited just to be let down, you know.
Farrar says, I saw a study that they found out how to teleport smell, scent,
Teleportation. Yeah.
scent, smell, what? Jar and lid,
So-
oldest trick in the book, Shmoy says.
So
you ever,
they might
you ever
be
fart in
making
a
fun of
jar
the
and
fact.
just save it for later? Like, this will come in handy. I'm not sure how, but...
As a weapon, as all things man creates. But yeah, I imagine it was kind of poking fun at the fact that you're like, there's this incredible new technology. What's it called? Oh, I read about it in a very prestigious paper. I don't quite recall. Or maybe they transported smells, but teleportation of smell would still be teleportation of molecules, right? So they would just be teleportation. I'm pretty sure if you're whiffing in a mean fart, you're you're unfortunately taking in some physical particles.
Special Moments says, I still say fermenting based on this new finding. I'm not seeing how this relates to the whole soaking issue here. I mean, sure, bacteria and it ferments and it usually creates a very, very pungent odor when it does so. Teleportation involves motion, though, and the whole point is to stay still, right? Works with Pepsi as well.
This is getting complicated. I'm losing track of the analogy.
I'm losing my mind here, dude. Help me focus on something real, tangible. We're talking about teleportation of smells and God existing within a universe with some of the rules that he wrote and some that he just obeys. What's going on here? We're very, very murky territory here.
Yeah, and soaking, I don't even have to check, is absolutely on Urban Dictionary. I'm 1,000% sure that it's there.
Okay, let's look up scent teleportation. Let's get to the bottom of this, Florbo. What the hell is scent teleportation?
How could they not call it smelliportation? Honestly, this is like... Remember when they tried to name, was it Uranus, like, King whatever the hell? It's like, bro, there needs to be someone, like, deciding on this crap. There needs to be someone who actually,
Can we not vote? Because smelliportation is clearly a stronger option.
It was right there.
It's right on the nose. Alright, let's fucking learn about smelliportation. Scent teleportation. Scent teleportation update. We did it. What? Okay. Alright. Is this legit? Let's figure it out. Let's think about it, Flurgle. Teleporting scent. Okay, this looks like an interesting contraption here. We've got tubes. it looks like these tubes connect both the jars to both the jars. Strange, because teleportation you would think would happen with two sort of disconnected things. Imagine being able to smell the lilies that grew near your childhood home from anywhere in the world. Visiting the Sistine Chapel and sending a loved one back home, the scent of old paint and plaster. Watching a movie about sailors lost at sea and smelling the salt water throughout the theater. Okay, so this is kind of like, you know, those 4D cinema experiences where, you know, they'd spray mist in your face when you're next to the ocean. And so I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't thinking about the amazing practical applications of entertainment that are in the works here. This promise of scent teleportation, a technology that captures a smell in one part of the world and releases it in another. Okay. So, capture the smell in one part of the world and release it in another. Okay, that's interesting. While this may sound like speculative futurism, an early version of it's already becoming a technological reality in our labs at Osmo. There's still a lot of work to be done before this technology can outgrow the lab and become a new way of connecting people, but at Osmo, this long goal already serves as a guiding vision of what digitizing scent could mean in the future. So then, what do we mean by scent teleportation? How does it work, and what needs to happen? Much of the digital world as we know it today is the result of teaching computers how to see and hear. Our goal at Osmo is to do the same for scent, making it easy to record, analyze, and reproduce scents with environmentally friendly molecules. Scent teleportation encapsulates this ideal in an elegant process. A sensor picks up the scent of a lavender field. A processor identifies all the molecules at work. The printer finds the right combination of scents to reproduce it, and soon a New York lab smells like a purple patch of California. Okay, so it's not really teleportation. It's like restructuring it. It's like reprinting, right? It's just using 3D printers. It's kind of a misnomer, wouldn't you say?
Yes,
maybe that's why they didn't go with smelliportation, because it's not. You're not teleporting anything. You're not moving anything. You're just recreating conditions from one place to another, and you're mediating that process through a digital transformation, which we do all the time with data, and we don't call it data teleportation.
Yeah. Successfully remaking a scent, building it molecularly, that sounds cool.
It does. It does. I'm not gonna lie. Seems very complex and cool tech.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not teleportation. So I think they're kind of victims of the whole, you know, clickbait phenomena here, of how do we make this seem even cooler than it already is and get people interested. So they use a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to remember.
There's a guy that does
not
this
going to remember that.
He does this on Instagram, and it's pissing off like a bunch of companies with secret formulas, because you blast something and you just get like the recipe.
You're saying that someone is somehow
a guy at the lab is
deconstructing
using their
like what kinds of things, like soup, spices.
Yeah, we're talking soups,
the Colonel's
nuggets,
11
spices. Yeah.
blend of the secret blend of herbs and spices.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he's doing all this stuff because
he's
technically
reverse
it's not
engineering
illegal.
it and then publishing it.
Well, he's just, I mean, publishing is technically the right word, but he's just putting it on like Instagram and TikTok and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's out there. So.
You know what? I think that's bullshit. I think that IP is bullshit anyways.
Whoa, whoa. Buddy, hey, whoa.
I think that you shouldn't be able to own ideas. Right? It's fine to claim that you've done something first, but I don't think that you could ever actually own a formula or own a process.
I just took one sidestep a little bit closer to Mr. Peanut if you two were standing like on opposite sides of a room. I just slid over a little closer to Mr. Peanut.
Because basically, I mean, people don't actually come up with their own ideas by themselves. They claim that they do, but that's a bunch of BS, right? The story that I somehow came up with this clever idea of this theory in a vacuum, it's total bullshit. Like, no, you fucking didn't. You spent a lot of time around other people and you had other experiences in social context, and you talked with a bunch of other people, and eventually your brain turned that over enough times to where, like, you made a new connection, but that wasn't independent of all of the people around you and all the ideas it's like standing on the shoulder of giants type of thing, you know? Yes. And even in the narrow span of your life, you're still standing on the shoulder of the giants of the people around you, and even if you're just, like, talking to them, like, you're getting ideas and information from their ideas, and that's all spreading in this really, really complex way, and then your brain makes the connection for you based on your connections and experience with all of the people around you. And yet, at some point, we wake up with this light bulb moment, and we think, Eureka, I've done it, and then we take all the credit for that, and then we say, I am deserving of so much more wealth and power because this culmination happened at this particular point in my life, and I want to own that. And that's something that I did. I'm purely responsible for that. That's stupid.
I don't think so.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, you know, society doesn't make any sense, Roy. Economies don't make sense, but they make the world turn. You can't just get rid of this stuff. We use it, we need it.
No, you don't need IP. People say you need IP you need it as a motivation for people to innovate. That's what people say. Defend that argument.
I'm one of those people.
Why do you need...
Well, Roy, let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a little story about a little game me and my friend made here.
Okay.
So, just like you said, through a group of friends, through interacting and enjoying a wonderful evening with them, we played Werewolf, which is this game that, you know, some brainiac like you came up with.
I was there.
Oh, okay. Well, you're never going to believe this. I've played the game more than once.
I was there.
So this time, we started joking about how much this game reminded us of the 50s and, like, the Red Scare and stuff. And, you know, like MacArthur and all those guys. And we started making jokes about, like, you know, in suburbia, people considering their neighbors to be communists, and the, like, local hysteria and what little jabs and jibes they would use, but in the 50s, to, like, call each other out for stuff. You know, like, oh, your roast is a little dry, Pam. Is that because you're saving up all your water for the other communists to drink? And through joking, me and another pal decided, you know what? We like this. We're going to do it. And we called it Communists in the Cul-de-sac. And I did all the art for it. He did all the writing. We got the game tested and working. And, yeah, with the free thinking and their Nalgene water bottles, they're tearing us apart. But we did everything we needed to. We printed out a first copy. And one of the people at that party who talked with us all but threatened to sue us into the ground if we didn't give them a cut. And if me and my partner had gone down and patented all this stuff, or, you know, done all the copywriting crap. Yeah. You know, but we did the work, we got it done, and then someone immediately said that, you know, they partially owned it, you know. So it's hard to say. And now the world does not have that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, so you can't just change this aspect. You can't just eliminate IP in the world as it exists today, right? So you would have to
Can't have,
change
like, in a vacuum
you'd have
way.
to change 1,000 other things for it to make sense, right? So it's like, okay, it makes sense in a market economy, and the fact that we are motivated by money because we need money still. But in an ideal world where you didn't do things because you were motivated just to do them because you just wanted to make money to survive, you actually did things for artistic reasons that nurture the soul, right? If you just let that be the primary motivation, which is there all along, right? Even in the absence of a monetary like reward for doing stuff, like people are motivated to build stuff. They're motivated to create stuff, right? And actually, there's many studies showing that if you start paying people to do stuff, they become demotivated to do it because they have this association with, well, if I'm being paid to do something, then it's work, right? And I wouldn't be doing this otherwise. And so there's this weird effect where you start paying someone to do stuff and they no longer want to do it. Whereas if you didn't pay them to do it, they'd be happy. They'd be a little bit more happy because they think that it's, okay, this is something I'm doing because I choose to do it, meaning it has inherent value and it's not an intrinsic and extrinsic motivation.
Yeah. It's very true, and I suffer from it. Yeah, it sucks. It's bull crap, but it's very true.
So what the hell's going? Dude, chat is like going off the rails.
They're
What's
blowing
going
up
on,
on
man?
it's a theological argument.
It's a theological discussion. What's happening?
Power scaling with God and yada yada. What can
Power
he do?
scaling
When can he
with
do
God. Okay, that's interesting.
Can he make a rock he can't lift? Well, maybe.
Distance, neocortex incoming. Special moments worried I'm gonna go off on my it's metacortex special moment. That's the word you're looking for. I have a tendency I have all these triggers now where I'll just go into a metacortex rant, and special moment I think has identified some of them. I didn't go there, special moment, so commend me. Daniel Ann says very interesting, but he couldn't create like a plank of wood that's one universe long because distance limits him. No, but it would take him time. Schmois is calling me a socialist, motherfucker. Water drinking communists. I hate water drinking communists. Me too.
Yeah, no, I couldn't. I kind of dropped the ball on the joke there, and was rightly called out for a lame analogy. Has Piccolo so I asked Schmois because, like, has Piccolo ever won a fight against anyone who wasn't like a child he was training? I'm trying to think of a time he has like roundly won a fight, and I can't think of one offhand. Except for beating up children.
Schmois points out that this discussion about God and his ability to create things is kind of like a funny chicken and egg thought experiment that's kind of a nonsensical question, except in this case it is responsible for many centuries of war that claimed countless lives. Yeah, I think so, Schmois. Trying to define what God is and having very firm beliefs about what it is has done a lot of harm in the world. And I'm guessing that what's going to happen here is that Nitro Gold and Daniel And are going to go off. They're going to form two separate communes, and they're going to start going to war. So just be careful, Daniel And Nitro Gold, that you don't start warring factions over this here, because after all, why should it be up to us lowly peasants to tell God who he is? It just is. If he is, he is. I actually,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a totally fruitless cause trying to redefine God. As long as you try to, like, define him in terms of a practical, I don't know, in terms of practicality. Like, what does this belief actually do for humans? Does it help them behave and in ways that are healthy to themselves and the people around them? Does that belief lead to better, well-functioning societies and individuals, or does that particular belief lead to conflict? And so, the only way that I like to try to define God is as a thought that exists in humans' minds that either makes them behave better or worse. And what actually is going on, if there is a thing in the universe called God, which I assume that there could be something that we point to and we're all like, okay, that it makes sense that that's God. But it's not something that any of us can define precisely. And so it's kind of stupid and fruitless trying to map out the objective qualities of this thing that we call God. Right? So if you want to talk about God in terms of practical effects on human minds, then that's cool. God versus the Prime Piccolo. What's the Prime Piccolo? Flurgle, you mentioned this.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned liking the various animus, and old Piccolo's from Dragon Ball Z. He's the green dude with the little wiggly antennae. Come on, you know this. You've heard about this. You've seen this. Come on.
Have I?
It's a character from Dragon Ball Z. It's an alien dude. He's
Oh, I
from
have seen him. I
Namek.
have seen him. I didn't
Yeah,
know what
no.
he actually did.
God, he beats up little kids. He beats up children. And he gets his arms ripped off a lot, but he like grows them back. Spoiler warning.
Nitro Gold thinks that, logically speaking, the universe must have come from nothing. What if the universe doesn't have a beginning and an end? What if time is a human concept that we try to map onto the universe? We assume, often, many of us assume that because human lives have a beginning and an end, and this is like our personal experience of time, that the concept beginning and end, even if it's meaningful for humans, is meaningful for the universe in the same way. And that is not necessarily logical. That is an assumption. So Nitro, you might want to rethink your position about that. It's not as obvious as you think.
Can't
man.
believe I'm saying this, but geez, I think I agree with Roy. Ugh.
You agree with me on
Sickens me to even say it. Yeah.
that? It might have a beginning, but it's not necessary, or strictly speaking, it's not logical to assume that it has to. Someone has actually patented the color cyan, Ferraro says. Have they really? I didn't know that. That's ridiculous. Is that true?
A lot of companies have like a patent on the. Well, it might not a patent. I don't think it's a patent on a color. I think it's
Copyright
like,
on a color scheme
Yeah.
for their
Yeah.
like their team colors and their team logo or whatever.
well, even just a color like a Home Depot orange, like if you use it within the same context of like construction equipment or something, I think it's something kind of like that. So I could be wrong though, but also who needs cyan? That's fine. Let them have it.
Cyan's a pretty good color, dude.
Dude, 6 out of 10.
I mean,
Cyan's mid.
especially in the printing world. I mean, that's 1/4 of your stock right there. Your stock and trade.
Ooh,
And it's the first
Bleh.
one too. It's the
No,
first
thanks.
one.
I'd rather not. They wanted to get it out of the way. They're like, see, MYK, we got magenta, we got yellow. No, RGB. That's all I'm using. That's it. the prime colors.
Ferraro says there is one thing certain for him, and that there is absolutely a higher being like a god. Right. Here in The Joy of Thinking, I strive to push people away from their intuitive beliefs about things and being certain about anything. So let's think about this. We know humans are perceptually limited by what we see, right? We know that if you just think about sight alone, that the amount of the radiation that we can actually see, visible light, is a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what is actually out there, right? Things that other organisms and animals can sense, like infrared and ultraviolet light, we have no ability to perceive. Okay, so what we see about the universe is a tiny fraction. And we live lives that are relegated to a very, very small space, confined space on Earth, right? Which is why we have all this cultural diversity and why we have these different beliefs about what happens. And you can look across the span of history and you can see that all different cultures came up with their own different various beliefs about what God is, what souls are, what happens after death, what you need to do in order to lead a good life, right? We can see that we all came up with different stories about what is going on. We do this to make sense of our lives. But if everyone is growing up in different parts of the earth with these very limited sense making machines, right, and coming up with stories, how is that? How can you be absolutely certain about your particular beliefs if you can look across history and see that everyone has come to different conclusions about what must be, and all of them are equally certain about it? What does that tell you about the feeling of certainty itself? It tells me that the feeling of certainty is not a good guide to what reality is, right? If everybody is certain that they are right, then that means certainty is not a good guide to what is actually happening. So never be certain about anything, because all of us are so limited in our ability to perceive reality. And you're talking about something like God, the higher power that you cannot see, right? You cannot sense in any direct way. So being certain about something that is either so complex or so imperceptible that you can't see it, that seems to me totally ridiculous. Now, I am fine with using terms like God and theorizing about him and asking, well, if there is a God, because after all religions have some sort of like expression of, there's like various ways that all different religions and people, like, they come up with this hypothetical entity called God, and they all have their different spin on it. So maybe there's something there, right? So I wouldn't close yourself off to it, but saying that you're 100% certain that this exists, no. You can say I'm 99% certain, and I'll be like, okay, he's pretty certain. But there's doubt. As long as you leave room for doubt, you're fine. That's all I wanted to say. I'm done. Rant over.
There's only two things I'm certain of, Roy. And that's, one, Dunning-Kruger don't know a damn thing about things I know, and two, that I'm right about everything.
Wait, Ferraro got between me and Schmoist's comment too fast.
Well, I had said, like, this, I agree with this, but I hit enter to post it, and then right before that, they jumped in with a comment between them. And I was like, oh god, I don't know what they said, but it seems like I definitely agree with it. It was fine, I think.
Time has a beginning or not having a beginning doesn't equate to time being a human construct. Schmoist says time having a beginning or not having a beginning doesn't equate to time being a human construct. So I made this comment a while ago.
Technically
said
correct, the best kind of correct.
that doesn't equate to time being a human construct. It doesn't mean that it has to be. It's just it might just be a consequence of how we perceive and act in the world, right? Time might not have a direct mapping from what we think about as time to the actual universe itself. And
Yeah, there is the slight distinction where Roy is saying like the having a beginning or not does not have like the same necessity to time as it does to us. Like
yeah,
the necessity of it being like us is the human construct, I think.
like it doesn't. There's no reason that it has to have a beginning.
Now I
We
need to go
assume
see
that
a
it does.
shrink.
We
Now
assume
I'm
that it does.
defending your stances? Oh my god. The small teapot. Schmoist. Dude, you're just my favorite person today. The teapot analogy. I love that shit. Mm. Was that Dawkins? Who pulled that crap? You know, oh well, I believe there's a teapot floating around in space. Disprove it. Because the onus of proving things falls on the person making the absurd claims.
So Ferraro says Cyan Inc. was bought in 2015 by a corporation. And Ferraro, look at this success. Ferraro has modified his certainty by by 0.01, which for me that's a total win, dude. Now you're there. Now you're there.
My greatest weakness is my humility.
Daniel, and how come you chose this starting point, as it seems you could have started from any starting point imaginable, almost like simulation theory does the same? Nitro says, I didn't want to come off as narrow-minded, sorry, but I was asked, so I said what I had on my mind. Yeah, I know, man. No, you guys are having a great conversation. Don't let me get in the way. You guys are having a great conversation. Have at it, dude. Like you're exploring these ideas. That's really cool. The certainty aspect to it, and the logical necessity. Make sure that you leave room for yourself to evolve, grow and evolve, and your ideas to continue to evolve over time. What is this thing happening in the? Did someone come in and Discord bomb us, Florgal, or was that you?
I guess it could be me. I don't know. Is something happening? Oh God. If it happened, maybe it was me. It probably was me, but I didn't mean to do it. I don't know.
Schmoist, so Schmoist asks, is what you're saying we might not know everything about how time works? Yes. And if you start listening to like theoretical physicists, they don't agree what time is. A lot of physicists don't even believe that time is a thing. Right? Like it's not a settled issue. Like time is something that we assume, right? It's like the foundation of everything, of all our beliefs. Like we exist in time, but that might only just be a quality of human perception, right? It's like a necessary way of like ordering and structuring our universe is through time itself, but it might not be a feature of the universe itself, right? So it is not a settled issue. It's even more contentious. It's almost like discussing the nature of God too, right? Because we're kind of like fish in a bowl. We don't think about we just act and breathe with what we know and what's useful for us to know. So the idea that the fabric or the quality or the properties of the universe are known or knowable to us in any durable sense is probably mistaken, right? We probably cannot know what the universe actually is. It's probably a lost cause. I'm sorry but that's where I'm That's where I've gotten to. It's probably impossible to know because we are constrained. We're constrained because we're limited in our scope, and yeah, we just can't. We're stuck in these 3 dimensions. If string theory is correct, right, there's at least 11 dimensions, or maybe it's 13 or something. And maybe there's even more if you look in the other direction or in other directions.
So, Daniel, I think I would just, the impossible to disprove is the only thing that I like kind of wiggle on, because you make a good point that, like, especially with philosophical hoity-toity stuff, you gotta, my brain's in a jar, okay, great, let's start there. Or there's a floor underneath my feet. Like, you do have to accept something that you cannot, like, prove one way or the other to start building up a philosophy. But just the idea that you can't disprove how the universe started, or prove, I don't know. I would just say that I am taking this as an assumption. Like, I'm assuming this to build my beliefs off of, because there is some sort of something rather.
I think that's fair. So Ferraru has a few anime quotes because he's bored. All right, let's see these anime
I have a
quotes.
first time chat too, though. Well, I guess
What? I have a first time in chat?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Ferrato.
Now I'm.
Do you think CP is morally okay? What's CP?
Dude, this is what I've got. This is why I'm scared. This is a term I don't know. So,
What is
God,
CP?
may God have mercy on your soul. I don't know. But they
All right,
capitalize each letter.
Explain to me what this acronym means, and I'll give you my opinion on it. Child
God.
pornography? Is it child pornography?
Ah, Christ.
Do I think that's
That is gonna
morally
be bad.
okay? Well, no.
Oh, well, thank God.
In most definitions of morality, no. Well, it depends on how you define moral, but I would say that it's just not okay, right?
Right. They're saying that's not it. That's not the thing.
Oh, it's not child
Next
pornography?
subject.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Next subject. What is it?
Cancer patients.
Cancer patients?
What an immoral group. Of course not.
Couple pairing. What's couple pairing? So couple pairing?
Oh,
Is
God.
that like in some cultures they have these things like arranged marriages? Is that what you're talking about? I know in certain parts of China and Eastern countries they
okay.
have, or in India they still have arrangements like this, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Okay.
It's matchmaking?
There we go.
Okay.
That's it.
Is it
Thank
moral?
Ooh, that's a good one. But the
In-
translation comes. Okay.
So what country are you from?
I never knew that.
Ferratu.
Thanks for putting up with us.
Jumanji Ballin? What's up, Jumanji Ballin? Do you think cheating hoes are morally right? Oh no. I've got some trolls on board the brain train. Nice. Welcome, dude.
I think
You're
these
welcome.
are fair questions, Roy.
Yeah, this is
these
totally
are-
this
are good.
this is what the joy of thinking is about. You can't judge. You can't
Yeah.
you can't prejudge these different questions.
I think it's squares and rectangles. I think cheating hoes can be morally right. I think
Oh, no,
there have
he's
been times.
He's going through heartbreak, man. He's saying cheating hoes, are they morally right? They're not morally right. You know, like if they're cheating on
Usually.
you, there's probably there's a reason, right? It takes two to tango. Someone cheated on you. That's okay. Join the club. A lot of people get cheated on. It's not always
Yeah,
something
I
you can
have been.
avoid. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Did this happen just recently? That sucks.
That stuff's brutal. So we're just gonna leave couple pairing, or can you
No,
answer
we
both
got.
at the same?
I'm just trying to like chew bubble gum and walk at the same time, and find myself tripping on my face and like sticking to the concrete. It's like, what the hell? Okay, couple pairing. Let's go back to couple pair. And I have to look at these anime quotes. Well, okay, anime quotes first because Ferraro was first. Okay, so let's. You choose to be neutral, but you know what happens when you play both sides. In the end, everybody loses. You saw what happened with your mother. Why couldn't you just live for me? You had a choice. Why didn't you choose me? What is this from?
Are these
Even if
quotes for cheating hoes? Yeah, it's
you
I
have
will say that I'm all but certain the woman who cheated on you was not morally right to cheat on you. My morally right hoes that are cheating meet very specific criteria that it's incredibly unlikely.
I think that so the problem is that it takes a long time to become a moral person, and I think that it's like a lifelong journey, right? Because everything is kind of dependent on our feelings, and our feelings, they tend to be something that's purely subjective, internalized, and we have trouble simulating the feelings of the other people around. So usually, or oftentimes, our desires get the better of us, and we throw other people's feelings by the wayside, and we say, well, I don't know how to deal with this, so I'm going to put my feelings front and center, and so, relationships break down, other people get hurt, and it just takes time to figure out how to not do that. Because by
But it is
default,
morally wrong.
we're all really bad at like knowing what other people around us and in our relationships actually need. And so it just happens, man. It's just a fact. It's just a fact of life. And once communication in relationships starts breaking down, and people feel trapped, sometimes they sabotage their relationship because they don't know how to deal with it directly. Like they don't know how to just have a heart to heart sit down and communicate about it. Like, here's the problems that I feel like we're having in our relationship. I'm not getting enough physical attention, or I'm not getting enough attention at all, or whatever it is, right? Instead of actually sitting down and talking heart to heart, people are just like, well, I'm just going to find whatever I need somewhere else, and then eventually eventually the other person figures it out, and the relationship ends. So there's a lot of self-sabotage that we do. So it could be something like that. No, I'm not saying those.
But it's still morally wrong.
I don't like to put it in terms of morality.
Come on, Roy.
I
Stop
don't-
beating around the bush. It's
I
wrong.
don't like to put it in terms of morality. I think that everyone should be honest with one another, as honest as you can be. So yes, in a sense, I think it's more. I think being dishonest is generally like morally questionable. There are certain instances where telling white lies is perfectly fine, but I think as a rule of thumb, you should try to strive to be honest with the people around you as much as possible. And it's hard because it creates conflict. Honesty creates a lot of conflict. And so you kind of have to, you could develop a thick skin, right? It's couple pairing. We didn't talk about couple pairing that much. Is couple pairing morally wrong, in your opinion, Flurgle?
Dude, that's a tough one. That is a real tough one. I mean, it's a cultural thing, and so being raised in a culture that doesn't support the idea of like your community coming together and helping you pick somebody, like if it were a thing where the folks always had the freedom to deny or choose it, I would say it's fine. But when it's a forced
When it's
thing,
forced
and
on you, yeah.
and when the kid, if something goes sideways with it, they get doused with gasoline or some shit. I think that there can be strong community value in matchmaking, but actual like forced marriages, I think, are just straight up wrong. Yeah, I think that the human freedom to choose is really kind of the important thing for me. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
shared kind of similar intuitions with Flurgle here, like being coming from a Western um, culture, um, having to be forced into an arrangement, an arranged marriage with someone else, and not having any say in that decision seems very. Um, it just seems bad, man. But I don't I don't judge all culture. I'm kind of a consequentialist, so I judge based on the consequences of that, right? So if that arrangement, um, if if the child for whom that marriage is being arranged, if they do not conceptualize it as a problem, then maybe it's not a problem, right? So it's kind of like I don't like to force anyone to do anything. Like I feel like we should let people grow and discover their own strengths and discover what person and what romantic relationship is right for themselves. So I feel like it's okay for society and families to give input in who they think might be an appropriate pairing based on their wisdom and all this other stuff, because let's be honest, young kids don't make the smartest decisions. They just don't. They're just not wise. Like we call them stupid. Like teenagers are stupid. I was stupid when I was a teenager. Everyone's stupid when they're a teenager. They're smart in certain ways, but in terms of like worldly wisdom and wise, relationship wise, and knowing what's going to bring them long term fulfillment and satisfaction, actually, adults probably have oftentimes will make better choices in that regard. Yet, I don't think that they should have. I still don't think, even with all that wisdom, I still don't think that they can make that decision solely, because they are not that person. And they are making decisions based on what is good for them in a certain sense, as envisioned from the position of, their children or whatever. So I don't think it should be forced. I agree with Flurgle. I don't know if it's immoral. Again, it depends on the people that are affected by that arranged marriage. Does it work? If it doesn't work for them, then it's not a good system. As a general system, I don't think it's a good rule to have.
yeah, it's tough, man, because it does come down to, like the opinions that you hold. Like things ruining the family connections and stuff. Like consequences to your actions are fine, but the community, like if they're gonna stack rocks on top of you until you're dead if you don't take it. I guess, yeah, it just it's the freedom aspect for me, and subjectively or objectively, I think I think me and Roy are on a little bit different camps where I'm not a consequentialist with like this stuff. I'm all about, bald eagles screeching and electric guitar. So,
Oh wow.
the absolute freedom to make the call, I think, outweighs cultural value of things to me.
Fair
This
enough.
is where it gets scary because it really becomes my opinions. I'm putting myself out here. Be gentle, but that's my stance at least.
I
I don't
accept
know,
it. I
but it's
accept
my
it, Flurgle.
stance is the thing. So I can definitely. It's a discussion. That's a hard one, man. You brought a good one. That's a damn good question.
Let's get back to Jumanji Bowling follow up on his, because he asked, "Do you think she's a morally fucked up person?" I doubt it. Just statistically speaking, she's probably not that different from the rest of us. Just because she made a bad decision that hurt someone. I mean, I've made plenty of decisions that hurt other people that I now regret. Did that make me a morally fucked up person? Well, maybe at the time, right? Maybe in the context of that relationship, I was morally fucked up then. And I just grew and I became a better person, right? So it depends on what you mean by... I don't think that there's anything deeply, like, genetically wrong with her as a person that might prevent her from making better decisions in future relationships as a consequence of going through this, you know, this failed relationship with you. And it depends on the context, you know, like I've had a lot of friends. There's a couple of friends that were in cheating relationships that I knew about, even while being married. And I was kind of not deeply involved, but I was always getting sort of the goods behind the scenes about what was going on. And it ended really badly, by the way. Like, all the cheating, it ended just in a total disaster. Luckily, the one couple, they had a family, and they were able to mend the relationship and make it work, which I think is really, I think that's great. I think it's good to be able to forgive people. So I would try to forgive her. I know you're going to be pissed for a long time, and maybe you'll never quite forgive her, but just realize that we're all human, and we all do fucked up things sometimes. And it doesn't mean that we're bad people. It just means that we're human. So without knowing more about the context of your situation, I would say that just statistically, I doubt that she's a fucked up person. She could have psychological issues, right? She could be... there's all sorts of things that could be happening. Shmoy says, well, of course, like, you could just go to the Andromeda Galaxy. Shmoyce, I have been ignoring you. What is this stuff about the Andromeda Galaxy and the teapots floating around? Is there something that we need to talk about here?
They're discussing who needs to be responsible for proving something or disproving stuff. It's an old argument where, like, you know, someone said, well, go ahead and disprove God exists to me. And I think they said it to Dawkins. If I remember correctly, it was Dawkins. They were like, go ahead, prove to me God does not exist, tough guy. And he was like, just because you said something doesn't mean I have to disprove it for it to be wrong. And that's when it was, you know, if I imagine there's a tiny teapot floating in space, you can't prove that it's not there. So, you know, does the teapot exist? So, at least that's my understanding of it, but yeah. Dude, Jumanji, you just got a complicated, shitty setup. This sounds like young, tumultuous love. It's a lack of empathy, it's growing as people, it's messy stuff. I've had similar things happen to me when I was, you know, in college with, you know, well, with one really serious girlfriend. She would do stuff, and then she would try to, you know, keep it in my face, and it's just, unfortunately, oh god, Roy's probably right again, where you just have to chalk it up to them just needing to learn a lot. But the gym thing, man, there's no good answers here, except for if I would just take the high road, you know, maybe don't go to the gym or disregard it. You did not... So, well, I bet Roy might disagree with me here, but I'm going to say you did not inform your party, your significant other, that you were, you know, going around banging other people. So the fact that she stayed in the relationship with you and did this behind your back, you know, the thing is, you might go around and you might eat puppies. I don't know. So she might still be way more moral than you. It's hard to say, but in just the relation aspect, you're probably pulling a little ahead in the moral compass on my vote. Yeah, on my vote.
Thank you for that, Flurgle.
I'm so sorry, Roy.
I'm
you
just
can just
trying
tell
to
me
catch.
to just
I'm just
stop.
trying to catch up, man. I'm like, I still haven't caught up with chat. I'm like, holy crap. There's a lot of stuff to go through here, and there's different threads and conversations happening simultaneously.
Oh yeah.
So
tumultuous is a sick word. Dude, Roy
so
used
someone mentioned.
chirality
So someone
earlier?
mentioned in. Yeah, I did. Guilty as charged.
Love that shit. Love that shit.
So someone mentioned with the couples pairing that sometimes this leads to good outcomes. I think in different cultures there has been like it actually has worked well. So that's why I'm hesitant to throw a moral or immoral stamp on it one way or the other, because I think that it depends on the culture. As far as the girl going to the gym and like not going to a different gym, is she trying to piss you off? So who was it that cheated on who? Was it so she was okay? It was her that cheated on you. Are you smarter than her, more moral? Maybe in this case, yeah. In this specific situation, if you were more honest and upfront with her and she lied to you, then I would say that in this regard, in this aspect, you're more moral. Maybe she's trying to, by being at the same gym, maybe she's trying to, maybe she regrets what she did and she's trying to find a way to apologize,
Back.
Sometimes people do bad shit and they actually deeply regret it and they don't get a chance to apologize to that other person, or it's just too difficult for them to, apologize in person. So that other person always just feels like that, they did it and we're fine with it.
Yeah, don't take any of their word on this stuff. You asked her, she said something. It's all actions. If I were you, man, I would just run for it. Don't go to the gym for a month. Turn off all the Instagrams, all the yakketies. It was Russell. Ah, Christ. Thanks for looking that up, though.
Russell's teapot? This is actually something that Bertrand Russell was talking about?
Oh, now Roy likes it because Bertrand Russell said it.
Now I'm on board. Tell me more.
That's the whole thing. There's nothing more to tell you. That's
all right. Creativity can come from nothing?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate? I'm sorry if I pushed you down the path of using creativity as the word for this phenomena. Maybe you have a better one. Daniel N., do you take creativity to come from other things than creatures on Earth? Maybe it's just the nature of the universe itself. Maybe the universe is creativity. Solve that one. Next.
All right, one less thing to worry about.
Yep. Now we can talk about things that really matter, like cheating hoes. Okay, wait, I got a song request earlier that I skipped by because I was trying to catch up to chat, so I'm going to do this song request. Hopefully, the requester, Schmoist, is not angry at me for skipping it for so long. Are you angry at me, Schmoist? Do you forgive me? Because forgiveness... What do they say about forgiveness, Flurgle? It slipped my mind, but I think it's good.
It was something lame, like you should do it. I don't know. Whatever you said, it was wrong. I don't know.
Whatever I said was wrong? God damn it.
Oh, you should forgive people. We're all on a moral path, learning how to be good people. Something.
Oh no, this is anime music. Why are you making me listen to anime music? Is it because I said you should listen to all kinds of music and stuff you don't generally listen to? Is that what you're forcing me on?
I hope we didn't.
pause it here because
You don't want to cry on stream.
that, and I genuinely can't, like, the sound quality is so lo-fi because I'm using my Bluetooth and it's connected to Discord, which like fucks up the sound, that I can't really accurately judge or criticize it one way or the other. What is it about this song that you wanted to share, Schmoist? Because I didn't get any like translation, so I don't even know what the words were, and I don't know what anime it's from, so I don't really have much to say about it. It sounds like a lot of anime music to me, so it just kind of sounds generic. Maybe there's something deeper there, under the surface. So tell me more about it.
I've heard a lot about Tokyo Ghoul. I haven't watched it yet, though. Must be a good one.
Nitro Gold says the universe will go to nothing one day because the laws of the universe will not allow anything to exist. It's like the worst lotto in the world. The laws then will restart and begin a new universe. However, whether or not free will exists, it should be practiced for creative purposes of creating. This is a long time ago, by the way, I realize. In conclusion, anything can create more universes if free will exists. And even if not, the universe is coming and going to and from nothing. I think that's... we would have to define way too many terms to get into. Interesting ideas. Okay, so HTTP error code 418, if I remember at Joy of Thinking. What is the error code 418? And what were you referring to? Flurgle, help me out.
Dude, I don't know.
Jumanji really didn't like the anime on screen, so I had to do it to him. Oh, okay, Schmoist. This was for This is for Jumanji Ballin? So you did this to both him and I.
And all of us, really.
And everyone. And everyone. I lost 4 viewers because of that. Thank you. It doesn't matter. Self-selection. If you can't handle a little bit of anime, like bad anime music, then really, you need to toughen up. This stream is for people that are psychologically thick-skinned. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The music is much too loud, by the way. Jumanji's already out. He's going out with a chick later. He's over it, so he's gonna be fine.
Bounce back. Yeah, I'm sure he won't like post it to like one of her friends' pages so that she can see it and get really jealous or anything. You know, sounds like everybody in the situation is gonna just handle it really maturely like adults. You know, and it'll just blow over. It turns out that error code 418 thing is actually perfect, and I chuckled. It drew a minor chortle from my lips. I've never heard of that, but the next time I'm talking to our software developers, I will use that in conversation. I will sneak it in to make them think that I somehow know a little bit of programming.
Schmoist, I'm sorry, the music was insanely loud. Maybe that's why it was so like hard to listen to. And I'm glad that I stopped it because actually no one wanted to listen to the music. So that's interesting. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. This is
I would say it never reminded me. Oh, go ahead.
what is this an example of, Flurgle? What's the name of this?
You'd have to see what
Plurality
you're
of
talking about.
ignorance. Pluralistic ignorance. It's called pluralistic ignorance. When a whole like group of people is actually like doing something and no one says anything because they all assume that the rest of the group is okay with doing it, but actually no one in the group really wants to do it. It's this phenomenon called pluralistic ignorance. Happens all the
That's
time.
a good one.
Apparently, like most teenagers, freshmen in colleges, don't want to just get shit-faced blackout drunk every night, but they all do it anyways because they think everyone else wants to.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah,
Wow.
kind of.
You should enjoy getting blackout drunk for all of the pleasures of blackout drunkenness. Not because someone else wants you to.
Flurgle, what? I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask. Oh no, it's on again. Stop it! Make it stop. Okay, let's look up error code 418.
Prepare to be mildly entertained. Like the Koika.
I don't think I fully followed you because my attention was torn. The HTTP 418 status code, also known as the I am a teapot error, indicates the server is unable to process a request because it is an unsupported method. I don't think I've ever gotten this error code. Have you gotten this error code, Flurgle?
Well, so if you type in error code 418 just into Google, the AI thing will tell you that it's the I'm a teapot error because it can't process the request.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Thanks, Skynet.
Just into the actual search bar?
Yeah.
It's not doing it.
Oh. Oh no, that's what I got. Yeah, the I'm a teapot error.
But it didn't show an error on the screen. Like, this is just a Google search. I thought it was going to give me the error. How do I get the error? I want to see the actual error.
Oh, you want to cause the actual
I
error
want to
on your
cause the
computer?
error. Yes. How do I do that?
That's tricky. That you might have to lean on Daniel for that. It sounds like he's a software developer. So I'm a little fuzzy on the HTMLs and the HUD to the puzz.
There's another error, 503. This error is a reference to hypertext coffee pot control protocol defined in April Fool's jokes in 1998 and 2014. Okay, so it's become a meme at this point. That's fun. It's a programmer meme.
Well, Roy, it sounds like our issue was a PEBCAC error.
I gotta take another piss, man. I'm gonna BRB, ladies and gents. Let me give you some jazz to chill out to before I go. Oh shit.
Oh, jeez. Well, the one who could actually answer this stuff just walked away, but, ain't thoughts, electrical signals. Thoughts come from bad socioeconomic status. That sounds right. if I remember correctly, I think Roy kind of leans toward the deterministic stuff where, those gears, all those proteins and juicy brain bits are all firing off, but they're doing it all based on things that, were all going to happen anyway. Well, you could grab the electrons. If you fry somebody's brain, they stop thinking. Because, it's electrical signals. Like, I think they know how brains work with stuff. Because thoughts are just, similar to, like, a computer, It's just a ton of things firing off all at once. The brain grabber. Daniel, I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, but you're doing this really clever, like, thing where you're doing, like, an assumptive close on someone else's statement. Like, you want to try to give, like, the best case scenario, or, like, the best defense of their stance. And then, ask if you got that right. As opposed to, like, you think thoughts come from nothing? Or are you just posing the question? I might have read that wrong. Disregard. Oh, Roy, it's bedlam in here. It's chaos since you left. I'm glad you're back.
No, I heard everything.
Sorry, Daniel.
No, Daniel, that's what I love about Daniel Hand. You make... Oh, sorry. Music's too loud.
The jazz is too powerful.
It's too loud. It's too powerful. I was just to follow up on that. Daniel And is... I don't know if he knows this or not, or if he intentionally does this, but he is a... he's a very, very disciplined practitioner of the Socratic method, or like dialogues, where he's very playful and he's very open, and so he does do this. He does do this. He tries to, like, even if someone goes off the deep end, like we had some guy in here like doing some weird clown, like he was calling Daniel a clown, and Daniel was just going with it. He was like, "All right, I'm gonna role play with this a little bit," and it was so cool because he wasn't giving the person what he wanted, but he was still engaging with them. And it was like, it was cool to see him do that, because whatever, I don't know what the guy was trying to get out of the dialogue, but Daniel And was like, it was like this very trolly like dialogue, but Daniel And handled it very well. And so I love that about Daniel And. He's always doing what you said, giving a best possible interpretation of someone else's comments, and not judging them immediately based on what they say, but like really kind of digging in and trying to get to the heart of it. So that's fantastic. Good on you, Daniel And. I really appreciate that about you.
It's good, but the beautiful irony is that I did the opposite of what he's doing well and assumed what he was trying to say. The one time I don't bring my ritualistic suicide sword with me to the conversation. I would add seppuku right here if I could, but don't have it on me.
Nitro Gold thinks creativity is something from nothing. It doesn't have to be from nothing, right? We have creative processes in nature and in our mind, where we can take different, like, two different thoughts and like try to make sense, like bring them together and come up with a story about how they might relate to one another. And that's a form of creativity, but you couldn't have that new fusion without those sort of building blocks, right? And nature is very creative by recycling a bunch of different processes and like putting them together in different ways and finding new assemblies of matter. And it's a very creative process, but it doesn't come from nothing. So maybe there's a way that, I don't know. I don't know if maybe it's just terminology. Like maybe we just, what is nothing? Is nothing just an absence of what we can see? Like, because if you ask physicists, they don't really believe, they used to think that physicists had this concept of the void. And that term has kind of lost all relevance in most of like academic discourse now. Like people don't talk about a void. So what a void is something, it's a place where other things that we're actually interested in happen, right? It's like the background or the context. But is it actually nothing? Or is it a combination of radiation and dark matter and stuff that we just don't have any useful, like it's not really a useful aspect of our, or practical element of our daily lives, and so we just assume that it's empty. But is anything really empty? Probably. Like time, again, this is like one of those things like time, right? Maybe emptiness is not a property of the universe. Maybe it's just something that we put the things that are relevant to us. It's like a stage. So I don't know that, so I might not totally agree with you that creativity is something from nothing. It's something from, I agree with you in one sense, it's something novel that we couldn't predict, right? It's like we didn't anticipate it, and its origins are unknown. I think that's a useful way to look at it. But is it actually nothing? Not so sure. Thoughts are. Schmoy says thoughts come from bad socioeconomic status. That's where opinions come from. Schmoist. Just a small modification, but I agree with you. I don't know if I think thoughts are matter. I assume that they are. If they are, we could grab them. Thoughts are it's just a process. Yeah, I think thought is the juxtaposition of different positions of matter that change through time. Again, time in the way that we conceptualize it. Willing thoughts into existence. Okay, Nitro Gold wants to talk about free will. Do I go there? I talk about free will a lot, so I feel like kind of a broken record on this topic. That's interesting. In Norwegian, Daniel Ann's name sounds close to Donald Duck. It's duck in Danish too. Schmoy says, in a linguistic way, it's somewhat useful. What you're up to? Oh, nothing. I know you're talking physics, and I'm just throwing it out there. Daniel and yeah, free will and creativity through free will should be practiced regardless of whether or not determinism is true. Totally agree with you there, Nitro Gold. I didn't get the onomatopoeia, I'm sorry. It was a little weird, so understandable. What was the onomatopoeia? Did you catch that, Flurgle? Explain it to me.
I wasn't paying attention.
That's okay, man.
Sorry. I used my free will to try to download a thing in Unreal, and I'm failing.
You're downloading a thing in Unreal?
Yeah, a thing for a thing.
What kind of thing? You use
thing.
Unreal Engine now at your new job? You never told me about your new job, by the way.
Yeah, I left Blizzard, and now I'm at a company that uses Unreal And sadly, it's looking like I'm not the personality hire, and they seem to actually expect me to work. So I need to learn Unreal real fast because it's changed so much since I used it last. Um, so I'm literally downloading like a VFX like suite. Like, hey, here's a fire. Maybe you could make it this way, and then I'm gonna use that at my job to make a fire. Yeah, I'm not proud of it, but that's what I'm doing.
Is this like a campfire? Is this like what kind of fire is this? Or just a flame?
Oh, it's a large, like, think of like a tire fire. That's not what's going to be in the Unreal demonstration that I can't download, but it's what I'm going to use it to make. But yeah, yeah, no, it's a company that like spun off of Valve like 16 years ago. They've never really done like anything too mind-blowing, but they've also never laid anybody off. So I wanted to
That's
go
good.
somewhere where, if they laid someone off, it wasn't just to buy another yacht. Like it was actually, the company failing. So
Yeah, yeah. So I get the thoughts that Hadi over there. No, thank you for. They come from bad socioeconomic status. Not all of them, right? Some of them are just rich girls that want attention online, so they dress up in bikinis and post it to TikTok, right? But I get you. Um, so there's a language that's taught in schools there that no one likes and everyone hates to learn. That's interesting. So Nitro Gold says there should be thoughts all around us. However, if the thoughts are small, then they are indifferentiable to the human eye from heat or light. Furthermore, to notice a big thought of matter, it would have to have conglomerated from nothing, which is statistically unlikely. Yeah, a lot of people believe that, like a radio antenna, that somehow our thoughts can be like that they somehow project into the atmosphere, and that other people, if they have the right skill set, that somehow can receive these and and extract this information from the world around us. To me, I'm doubtful about whether or not that's a thing. Like, I'm pretty doubtful about whether mind reading. Like, my sister believes that she can read people's chi and, like,
ooh,
tell them interesting things about themselves and their future because of these energy fields that she somehow has the heightened ability to sort of apprehend. And to me, I'm just like, well, probably not. But people pay her money to do it, so I guess.
Really?
And it's like, all right, well, it seems kind of harmless. People are gonna people are gonna like hear what they want to hear and probably do the things that they want to do. They're just looking for like positive feedback about what they want to do anyway, so it's kind of just becoming part of their echo chamber that will probably not do anything catastrophically bad for them because they were looking to do that anyways. But I think there's a simpler explanation, and that the idea that we can read each other's minds and that thoughts and ideas are kind of floating around in the atmosphere, I think that's just humans making up stories to explain weird phenomena like not serendipity, just weird, what's the word? Things that are very improbable, right? Like, so you're thinking about a certain person and you're like, oh, I wonder what so-and-so is doing. And then you get a call from them, you know, a half an hour later, and you're like, oh my God, I was just thinking about this person. What are the odds? Amazing. What a coincidence. That was the word I was looking for. I think that the idea that thoughts like float around and certain people can pick up on them, I think that's just a way that a story that humans have devised to justify these low probability events of coincidence that seem related, right? They seem causally connected. They're really not. If you just ask yourself how many possible things could be considered coincidences, you come up with this astronomical number of things that might be conceptualized as coincidences. And most of them never happen, right? And yet some of them do happen, but they happen with an expected frequency. If you were just like, well, the astronomical number, just like using probability, right? If you just add up all the things that could happen but don't happen, that could be considered a coincidence, and then you compare that with the actual events that we notice that are coincidences, you're like, okay, well, that's a tiny, 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 tiny fraction of all the things that could have happened that are coincidental, that don't. And those rare events, we try to explain that to the best of our ability, and there is no explanation. It's just a random co-occurrence, right? It's just a coincidence. And yet humans, we're unsatisfied with, well, it was just random. So we come up with a better story that relies on like causal connections. So I don't know if any of you believe in like mind reading and that kind of stuff, but I can just chalk it up to, well, that's just one of these quirks of the human brain where we think that we're always looking for patterns. We're always looking for things that are causally connected. And oftentimes we make those causal connections when they're just not. There's nothing there.
I like your sister's version better, I think.
Yeah, a lot of people like to live in a world where there are seers and scryers and chi readers and yeah.
Yeah.
Because it gives us,
I'm into it.
Because we're like, well, everything's uncertain. Oh, here's a person with actual answers. Or they claim they have answers. Let's listen to them. And maybe they will, relieve me of this painful uncertainty that I feel.
Then could you explain how they knew that my dead relative's name started with a C, a K, a K, a hey sound? That's not a coincidence. That's power. That's connecting
real power,
to the other
yeah.
side.
Yeah.
That's ESPN, the Ocho.
ESPN. Oh, dude. Nitro Gold says, furthermore, if you will matter into existence using thought power for long enough, I will probably see it too. Schmoist says I would spit in my hand and get a really good wind up for that slap. Schmoist, you're imagining slapping this person that is responsible for what, this language that's being forced on people in schools? Is that what's happening here? The brain is an expert at thought making. I think that's generally correct. That's what it does, yeah. I think thoughts are created from a little monkey in our heads, slamming together symbols in certain frequencies. We just haven't found him yet. Schmoist, are you referencing the Homer Simpson GIF where it like Marge is trying to engage Homer in some sort of, I don't know, I don't even know if it's like a deep intellectual conversation or anything, but they just cut to Homer, a close up of Homer Simpson's head, and then there's this cutaway, and you're like, your expectation is that you're going to understand what's going on in his head, and then they just do a cutaway, and it's just this, it's one of those mechanical chimps with the symbols, just the wind-up chimps just going at it. I think that's what you're referring to. Or maybe that wasn't the originator. Maybe they didn't originate that meme, but that's where I remember that meme coming from. Defined thoughts came from nothing, originally has blossomed over time into something you can detect. Daniel says, I define thoughts as processes of our brains. I'm not sure you would, but I can work with your definition. That's how I conceptualize thoughts. It's a process. It's an electrochemical process inside the brain. And most thoughts are complex patterns of these firings, action potentials.
It's a Rube Goldberg machine of electrons and neurons colliding with each other, knocking one into the other until soaking.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. I mean, or it might as well be. Right? Like our conception, our mental model of what's actually going on in the brain is so basic and ill-defined that you might as well just think of it as a giant game of mousetrap. That one philosopher, what's his name? He wrote Gödel, Escher, Bach, Hofstadter. He talks about, he likes this idea of, he calls it the carinium, where thoughts are like a bunch of those not ping pong balls, pinballs, right? A bunch of pinballs in a really complex pinball machine, all colliding and bouncing off of each other and being channeled and ricocheting off of all these different types of things. And I kind of like that image. It's similar to a Rube Goldberg machine, but it's even less linear, because a Rube Goldberg machine, right, there's usually one thing happens and it triggers a linear series of events. Whereas in the brain, it's like this massively parallel process of things, just feedback loops and inside of feedback loops combining with other feedback loops, and it's just impossibly complex. Schmoist wants to look up soaking in the Urban Dictionary on stream. Okay, I'll oblige you, Schmoist.
Should be fine.
Should be okay. We shouldn't get banned for this.
As long as that song is playing, that like dun 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 dun, you know, as the brain thinks something, you know, all of these spreading out.
Wait,
so.
sing it for me? I didn't recognize it.
Gosh.
Ba, ba,
It's
da,
the
da,
song
da.
they always...
That one?
No, we're.
How about
it's
the Jeopardy
like the
song?
When like a factory is like producing stuff, it's like the song for a lot of like machinery going. Like cartoons use it a ton. So like imagine like the camera panning across like a conveyor belt and people are assembling one thing that goes to a machine. It comes out. There's a song that's like ba 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 da 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 do. Nothing, man.
I've got like this glimmer of recognition.
Cheese and rice.
But I'm not getting the whole melody. If you could find it for me, that would be fantastic.
I'm gonna do it. Be right back.
Do it. Do it now.
I love that scene.
Oh. There are some good descriptive terminologies in this Urban Dictionary definition. But I'll wait for the soundtrack before I reveal the definition.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant that song for the brain process to spit out a thought, not for soaking specifically. No. No. Go
Oh,
ahead.
really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll just look it up without the background music then. Some Mormon teens have convinced themselves that putting a penis in a vagina and then not moving is not sex. That's called soaking. Now the jump man is the person who will jump in the bed next to you soaking to get some friction going without you technically moving. There is a jump man. I do like that term. That term is perfectly appropriate.
At the end of Top Gun, when Iceman finally respects him, he should have said, "I'll be
The
your
jump
jump man
man.
any day."
I'll be your jump man. Yeah, instead of wingman. So this here says, so that the penis marinates in the vaginal fluid without creating any friction. Marinating. I think marinating is actually a better word. I think marinating is a better word. Right?
You know, I hate to admit it, being the one who suggested loitering, but I'll be damned if marinating isn't better.
I still like loitering. I still think that's really good. Or squatting. I guess squatting has too many other, I don't know. Like it's too related to the actual position of the physical body, so it kind of derails you a little bit. Even though you're just kind of sitting in there. The Mormon marination. All right, it's 5:30. We've got about a half an hour left. Flurgle, where do we take this conversation? Should we just do a small recap about how did I get from the... So the title of this stream was called The Great Awakening. What have we all been awakened to in this stream? Some very practical Mormon specific terminologies for things in this life that we'll probably never experience firsthand, but which is fun to talk about at cocktail parties. The Great Awakening. It wasn't a sexual awakening that I was trying to referring to. It was we have been, I mean, Nitro Gold has been talking about creativity, which I think that's awesome. I think the Great Awakening is related to seeing more creative processes like bloom around us, having creativity bloom in the world. I don't know why I thought about this, the Great Awakening. A lot of people talk about, like, you listen to a lot of music and stuff, and they'll reference a time or a place where suddenly a group of people wakes up. And the implication there is that that they have been sleeping for a long period of time. And suddenly they're thinking about something that had not been on their... Thinking about something that had previously not been on their mind, or they weren't aware of. They're sleeping on. There's that moment in The Matrix with the Rage Against the Machine song, where he's just yelling, "Wake up, wake up." And I think that, I don't know, I think that we're going to experience something like that. Or I hope that we are. So I'm trying to get people to wake up in some way or another. And what would that experience be like, do you think? A great awakening.
I've got a great awakening. I've got one for you right now.
Hit me with
I
it.
found the song.
Hit me with it.
You're going to be awakened by the industrial song that you're supposed to use for Rube Goldberg machines.
Oh, perfect. Are you going to send... Okay, you sent me a link. Sweet.
you don't need to look at it. Soundtrack.
You know, do you think that Disney was paid by commercial industrial farming conglomerates to make a video like this that just kind of paints a rather blasé picture of industrial farming where the chickens are totally happy? You know, like you saw the one chicken go into the machine, and then after it laid an egg, it was just like, yeah, that's the good shit right there. And then it just kind of goes off in its little nest, and you see, you know, the farmer working away, and you know, everything just kind of seems to be okay, like totally fine, like there's no problem here. Like, do you think that this propaganda entered our brains, Flurgle, and just made us completely accepting of these what are otherwise really brutal farming practices that have tons of adverse consequences to the environment and even to our health?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Short answer. Yes. Okay, but thank you for okay, so that song, yeah, I get it now.
Bum, 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 bum.
No, that's not it. No, you.
That's how it goes.
There you go. Now you hit it.
That's what I was doing before.
No, it was different.
Gaslighting me.
No, it was different. There was you were off a half step or somewhere in there. But yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that is the soundtrack to the Rube Goldberg apparatus. Da 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 da. If you've never heard Mongolian throat singing before, I've heard Who hasn't heard Mongolian throat singing? Daniel Land. Schmoist is now had a schizophrenic break, and he's hearing Flurgle's voice in his head whispering, telling him to count those eggs one more time.
It sounds like I was probably talking while the song was going, and they couldn't hear me, so I was just
probably.
Rambling on.
Yeah. All right, Mongolian throat singing.
Damn good propaganda, right? For like doing ag and farming, all of their propaganda.
No, we can't hear you, Flurgle. It's Mongolian throat singing time. I've seen this video before. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, it looks like... I know that this is just like some sort of knot, but it looks like he's got swastikas inlaid on his guitar. Does it not? Let's look at these up close.
Well, I mean, the Nazis really jacked up the whole swastika thing. A lot of folks came up with that stuff.
It's like it's just a very like rounded. Maybe it's going the wrong way. I forget. Is the swastika going the other way? Yeah, I mean, fuck the Nazis for just ruining a perfectly good symbol, right? For just. But it does kind of look almost like. That's almost look like these are badass instruments, though. Super cool. I love how it's like this is Metallica of Mongolia. They're Buddhist peace signs. Jesus. That's so sad that they look that they resemble swastikas. Daniel Ann says, I hate how cool Mongolians are. Don't hate, Daniel Ann. Go move there and join a Mongolian throat singing band. Right? If you can't beat them, join them.
I don't think that's going to make him as cool as the Mongolians, though.
What is this other one? Schmoist is got a song, too. Alright, hold on. I gotta drop out of Discord real quick because it messes up the sound and I can't really hear it. So I'm gonna have to leave for this next segment.
Bye.
I'll be back.
Bye forever.
All right, now I'll be able to hear it. You know, my bad. I didn't turn off my Spotify as that was playing, so you got some like jazz contamination in the background there too. That's my bad. 13 minutes. All right. So what point in this song should I start off at? Moist. Psychedelic dance remix? Like what? Has to be the nichest music genre. All right, now I can hear it. Alright, I'm liking the drums, liking the beat. I'm liking the groans of grown men in the throes of agony. Groans of grown men in the throes of agony. This is like Enya meets Mongolian throat singing. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Is this the gladiator scene? Go to the stars. Alright. It's cool. I like it. I could game to it. It is a cool song. Appreciate it. Alright. I don't know if... Whoops. We could just play it in the background at a low volume. That's what we'll do. There we go. Can just vibe out to this for the rest of the time that we've got together. For the rest of the short time that we have together. I'll get back in the stream. In case Flurgle wants to say goodbye. But don't worry, I'm not trying to rope you back in, Flurgle. I know that you... Sometimes it's just good to make a clean break, right? Like Jumanji Gaiman. Good to just get a clean break. Reach escape velocity. Get while the getting's good. And find someone new to have a fun time with. Because, you know, things get old. I try not to get old, man. I'm fighting the forces of nature. Fighting entropy here. My body's like... getting old, but my brain's like, no, rage against the dying of the light. You guys are talking about some artist or something, some Norwegian artist. Called Star Hartley. What kind of genre of music does he make? At Joy of Thinking, do you think moral obligation exists in any form? Norwegian Trackmania YouTuber. Biggest Trackmania. What the hell is Trackmania? God, what are you kids into these days? It just boggles the mind. How you spend all of your time. Let me look it up. Flurgle's back.
I'm here. Don't think I'm happy about it.
I know you're not happy. You do this because you feel a sense of moral obligation. Isn't that correct?
I'm sure there's a reason why I am here, but it's not that. No.
Oh, okay. Trackmania is just a game? is the point to build the track, or is it just a race? Or is it both?
Is this not a mental condition? Did you learn about this in brain school? Can you be afflicted with trackmania?
It looks pretty fun. Looks pretty cool. You can build tracks too. 2003? And it's still going strong, right? Well, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's cool. It's kind of crazy that you can get famous for streaming something like this game. Is this all he streams? They fixed it so many times I don't even know. Okay. Well, it's good. It's good. It's evolving. Staying current. I can't hear Flurgle anymore. Flurgle, are you still there? Or did you escape finally?
I'm here.
What do you
No
think
one's
about...
listening to me.
What do you think about moral obligation? Do you think that's a thing? Moral obligation.
I think the more you learn about what you think is right or wrong, the more shackles you get slammed onto your legs, you know, they just drag you down.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. Yeah, shackles.
So yeah,
chains.
Just the worst. So yes, they exist to
They
hold us
do
down.
exist. We experience them. At least I experience them. Is there... Do they exist in an objective sense, such that if we knew about them, that some sort of, I don't know, government could codify them and to ensure that everyone was behaving in the optimal way all the time? I'm not sure if that's the case. But in terms of my personal experience, I experience moral obligations. And I assume that all the people around me experience certain moral obligations. And it's like one of those things where I think this is what you're referring to, Flurgle. It's like the more that you learn about people around you, the more moral obligations you have to, like, I don't know, not affect them in ways that could cause undue suffering or problems with their life, right? So the more you open yourselves up to the sentient creatures and maybe even non-sentient creatures like plants, right? Like maybe we have an moral obligation to the rainforest to not totally destroy it. The more it reins in your behavior in some ways. It constrains the types of things that you just do. So, you know, before you learned about the fact that dolphins are getting caught in these giant tuna nets, before you learned that, you didn't care about what kind of tuna you ate. You just grabbed the cheapest can, right? And then once you learned about, oh shit, there's all these dolphins that are getting trapped in tuna nets, and dolphins are so fucking cool, man. They can use conch shells and like throw them up in the ocean and position them at a perfect spot away from like the seagrass, so that these little fish go and they swim inside the conch shell and hide in there, and then the dolphins go grab the shell, bring it up out of the surface, and then the little fish just slides out right into their throat. This is the kind of intelligent creatures that are getting stuck in nets. And before
they must not be that smart, right?
Touche.
Just don't focus. Don't swim in the net, man.
They're smart in their own way. They're not net savvy. They're fish savvy. They're shell savvy. They communicate, right? So it's like, yeah, once you learn more about these other creatures and how your behavior affects them, now you get saddled with these moral obligations because you didn't realize that your behaviors are causing other creatures to suffer unnecessarily. And ultimately, you know, we cause ourselves to suffer when we cause the people around us to suffer. So it's the more that we learn and are open to the experiences of people around us, the more we feel a moral obligation to make sure that their experiences of life don't suck. So I think moral obligation just points to that process of being aware of other sentient experiences of the world and not wanting to create bad ones in others around us.
Yeah, it's the worst.
It's the worst. It feels bad, man.
I think I think we're getting a trap set for us.
Yeah, I think so too.
It depends on the kid, Daniel. I mean, is the kid Hitler? So they can just deal with it. They can learn to doggy paddle.
If all you had to do was to stretch out your arm to save a drowning child, would it be morally right to do so? Yes. Yes.
Pretty
Even
safe
if it,
bet.
even if it was, even if it was Hitler, because it wouldn't be possible to know the child's destiny, right? So
That's fair. All we had, you know who the real bad guy is the one who denied his application to art school. They really screwed us over. Might have been a wonderful
yeah,
little
in the same
painter.
sense, if all you had to do was pay $500 to save 20 kids from diseases, are you obligated to do so? Do you have a moral obligation?
Mm.
Yeah,
I'm
this
gonna
is
say yes, and I do not follow my moral obligation.
the trap is everything in between those two. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Um, well, I think that's the right. I think that's the right way to look at it, Daniel. And it's like, well, none of us actually operate that way. But I feel like we just don't operate that way because it's just kind of in our culture to focus on the things around us, right? And not focus on things that are really, really far detached, like in other. It's not even in our culture, it's just in our psychology, right? It's like there's so many things happening in the world all at the same time, and there's all these different ways that you could spend your money and different behaviors that you could take, right? It's like, well, you could spend $500 and try to alleviate, like, feed starving children. You could take $500 and help your uncle, right, who just lost his job and is trying to pay rent, right? So there's an innumerable way that we could spend our money in order to help those around us. But it seems like, at least in most cultures today, like or especially in Western cultures, we're focused more on accumulating wealth and using it to protect our nuclear family, our immediate families, right? And so we always have this. So it gets tricky because, yes, there's an opportunity cost. So who do you help? And I don't think there's any way that you can tell anyone about who they ought to help. But I think, wouldn't it be great if we just had a culture that wanted and desired and reinforced the belief in other people around them that helping was a good thing to do in some shape or form, like monetarily speaking. You could also put those 500 on green and save 20,000 kids instead. Put those 500 on green. Are you talking about in a casino?
I'm all but certain that they were talking about casino. Yes.
Well, we don't
What
say
other
we don't
what
say
other case
green
would
though.
you consider? Like, oh well, they
We
must
ne-
mean lay it on the grass, and then it multiplies. Come on, Roy. Come on. Of
Have
course,
you
they
been
meant
to
a
a
casino.
Have you been to an American casino lately? What
Uh,
what roulette wheel
no.
have you seen that has green squares? I imagine that they exist,
Oh,
but we usually say black or white, right?
black or red, or
Black or
is it
red.
white?
Sorry.
No,
Thank
black
you
or
for
red.
black or white's the problematic thinking modes that we do. Yeah, black or red. We usually say black or
Oh.
red. But I have seen roulette wheels that have green and black and red too. So yeah, I guess the green. Oh no, the green is just the double O and the O, right? So you get an even bigger payoff if you put it on green. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about.
That must be it.
Schmoist says
Somebody's a little
yes.
better at roulette than we are.
Yeah, Schmoist is he's a seasoned veteran. Schmoist, get out of those casinos, man. The house always wins.
I'm actually the only person I personally know who is in the black with gambling. I went to Vegas with a bunch of people, and I only bet once on black and doubled my money.
How much
And
did
I
you make?
walked away. I bet $20 and I made $20. Had 40
So you
bucks.
walked away with $40, and you're like, "This is the best
Happily.
day of my life."
Double, don't meet a lot of people who double their money in Vegas, but I'm one of them.
Congratulations, man. Yeah, you're a black swan. That's what you are.
Hmm.
Spread your
Yep.
wings, and you flew right out of that casino, right to cloud nine.
Hmm. Hmm.
If you think you should stretch out your arm to save the drowning child, why aren't you donating $5 right now to save a child from malaria? Point me to the website.
Yeah.
I will donate $5 right now. I mean, why aren't all of you? So let's run this thought experiment, Schmoist.
Yeah, we all
Flurgle.
just suck, man. This is obvious.
Here, all of you realize the only reason that you're here and part of the stream is because you realize that the chances that humanity gets its shit together and like saves itself from almost certain destruction lies in these hands right here. You realize I'm the only person that can do it. So, if you want to save everybody's life, why aren't you donating all of your money to me so that I can buy more equipment, get a better studio, get a better house where I can actually like invest in additional cameras and like whiteboard animations and like hire song producers to make my rap music that I'm going to use, right? Like why aren't all of you donating money to this stream en masse right now? You realize that I'm the only shot humanity's got. No one else cares, right? No one else is just going to go out and do creative fucking thinking by themselves with no profit margin. Everyone's stuck. Everyone's stuck trying to save their own ass, right? And even the people that are trying to save the world are confused because their priorities are all wrong, right? No one's talking about how to build the metacortex except yours truly. So the question is for all of you, why don't you give me all of your money right now?
Well,
And
I
the
know
answer
my
is because
answer.
you're not convinced. You think that all that what I just said is bullshit, right? And so we are all kind of skeptical about whether or not we send our money somewhere is actually going to have the effect that people claim it's going to have. Or if we're just
Well,
going to get...
that's probably not the argument though. The argument's probably just like, you do something and you know it will help, why aren't you doing it? Like if you
Yeah.
knew your money would help the children, why don't you help the children? And it's because yes, we all suck. Are we all immoral because of that? I say yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's just shitty. At the end of the day, there's not a lot of people that are only devoting 100% of themselves to helping other people or making the world better. Most people, not so much.
But even like 10%, right? There's this movement called the effective altruism movement. So you would like this, Schmoist and Daniel and. It's called effective altruism. And a lot of people are talking like a lot of people within this movement say you should get the best jobs, right? Work for the companies that will pay you the most, maximize your own income, and then give 10% of it to charity. And that's the best way that you can have the most positive impact on the world, right? Because we know that, you know, money makes things happen. It's just the way the world is right now. And their argument is, well, go out and, you know, go work for Microsoft, go, you know, be a badass in whatever industry, get paid a lot of money, and then give a lot of it back. I don't know if I fully believe that, right? Because it's like, well,
I'm
yeah,
gonna get to
but
it.
if you're in an industry that's paying you an exorbitant amount of money where you can just give 10% of your income or more, or 20% of your income to like a charitable cause, what is that industry doing wrong, right? Like, why are you getting paid that much? Like, there's got to be some shisty, you know, it's probably legal, but it's in some moral gray area where we're just not aware of the hidden externalities that that company's creating, right? Like Facebook, for example. You get paid, say you get up to a high-ranking place in Facebook and you're making, I don't know, $200,000 a year, and you give 20% to charity, right? So that's 40 grand. What we've learned about Facebook is, holy shit, that's had a lot of negative impacts on society as a whole, right? It's increased our propensity to engage in tribal politics and cyberbullying, and it's made young girls miserable because they're comparing themselves up to all these unrealistic beauty beauty expectations. So it's like, if you supported that company, did you offset the amount of damage that you helped create in society by then giving that $40,000 to some other charity? Hard to measure. I think Facebook has done a lot of damage. It's done some good things too. It's not all bad, but you know, it's hard to make a clear-cut case for that type of thinking, is all I'm saying.
Well, it's a little. I think a lot of it's disingenuous too. Like, yeah, I'm gonna make 300,000 a year, and one of these days I'm gonna give it all back. I'm not there yet.
Right.
You know,
Right.
like,
Yeah, it's like tomorrow.
deathbed
Yeah.
altruism.
I'll give it
Or they,
back tomorrow. And then
yeah, or
yeah,
you're making six figures and you donate like $100 at the end of the year. Like,
the
come
thing
on.
is, every time you get a raise, every time you get a salary raise, you just increase the amount of money that you spend to some sort of comfortable baseline, and then it never feels like you have any money to spare. So it doesn't matter how much you make, right? You never feel like you have enough. And so if you're in that state, then you're not going to be compelled to give a lot to charity, right? East Timor
Yeah.
Redeem next stream. What the heck is this? East Timor Redeem.
Someone redeemed for you trying to find East Timor, which
Oh,
good luck,
oh,
buddy.
yeah. I don't know where that is, man. I'll try to find
Well,
it.
it's just west, just right of West Timor. Is that right? Yeah.
East Timor. We know it's east of something.
I don't know. Well, yeah, I guess it's on a globe, so.
Help me out. Is it a country or is a city, or I don't even know.
Moist says it's a country.
Do 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 do. So is this would it be appropriate to play that
Jeopardy
music
song?
again? No, the factory song.
Oh.
I think the Jeopardy song's a little bit.
Mm,
Am I looking in the right spot? Is it in Eastern Europe? Like,
Moist says, I don't know. Are you allowed to get hints? Because they gave you a hint.
yeah, you gotta
You
give
want
me
it?
a hint, man.
Asia.
It's a huge tip in Asia. Huge tip, Asia. Well, I'm on the continent of Asia, but Asia's a really big continent. Is it an island?
Oh, I looked it up.
Give me another hint, Flurgle.
It's pretty unfair of them to say Asia. I mean, that's technically correct, but kind of sneaky.
Is it an island?
Uh, you want me? Yes, it's island. It's portion of island.
I have no idea.
Oh man, you were close there for a minute. I was watching those eyeballs. All right, Schmoyskitten is. I think they're finally playing softball with you. They're telling you Indonesia is your next hint.
Okay. I'd... Oh, yeah. I see... I see something called Timor. Oh, yeah, there's East Timor. Okay, jeez. The capital is Dili. Dili. It looks like it has a capital city there called Dili. East Timor. Yeah, that's closer to Australia than Asia, than the Asian continent.
Yeah, that was a sneaky one. They were pulling a fast one on you.
All right, why did that come up? Was that just a random redeem where you're like, here, did you find my around the world thing?
Yep.
Huge tip, he says. Asia. I had to soak in there for a while. I had to let my tip soak. Isn't it the entire island? It looks like on at least my map, it was divided in half. With Timor and then East Timor.
No. That's what I saw.
At least that, I mean, who knows how old this globe is? It might not be up to date. A lot of, a lot of boundaries shift.
Yeah.
Countries come and go.
Man.
What were we talking about before this East Timor business? And why did East Timor come up? Was that just a random pick? Or what's relevant about East Timor that I should know about? Does it have Burma? Is that another sort of sexual reference?
Burma's a place.
Yeah, I know Burma's a place, but I thought he was... Does it have Burma? Does it have Burma? At a point in time, it was the poorest country in the world. Oh, I see. And the funny thing about it, it has major influences from Maori culture, even though it's an Asian country. Burma these nuts. What?
What? That's the perfect reaction.
Burma these nuts? Burma nuts in your mouth? Yeah, it's called Myanmar. Yeah.
I think Burma's where one of the Rambo movies takes place. Yeah, it's a rough neighborhood. Oh,
I wrote a
Myanmar.
I
Yeah.
wrote a book report about Burma, like in the third grade or something.
And you didn't
Um,
use any of these like nut jokes?
I remember absolutely nothing from that period of my life, right?
Mm.
I
Well, you
probably
remember one thing, right?
I probably ate too many. Yeah, I do. I at least remember the. I can't remember anything but
There's
doing the book report and turning it in, and probably getting an A plus because I was I don't want to pat my own back, but I was kind of an academic back then. Unlike now, I just troll the internet, play video games, make bad freestyle raps, make bad content online, and drink tea, and unapologetically um, what do I do unapologetically? Engage in sophistry. Yeah, I'm like
There
a
we go.
sorcerer. South Sudan is
Yeah.
pretty new too, 2010. Bhutan, they do a really funky thing with pigs that you find hilarious. What do they do with the pigs in Bhutan? Just spit it out, man. You you've
Been saying
piqued my
Bhutan.
interest. You say Bhutan,
Mm-hmm.
Bhutan, Bhutan, butane,
It's that thing you twirl, right?
Bhutan. Yeah,
Yeah, in like a marching band.
yeah. That's a cliffhanger, huh? Okay. What do they do with pigs in Bhutan? Tune in next time to The Joy of Thinking to see what they do to pigs in a distant country that you can't find on the map. Yes, that's a cliffhanger. Very good. Yeah, actually, let's do a little sign off here, Flurgle.
Do it.
I think it's about time to say goodbye. I gotta go make some pizza.
Bye.
Everyone knows that this pizza won't cook itself. The dough won't knead itself, and pizza certainly won't top itself. So,
Raid whose stream?
Flurgle, you got a stream that I'm gonna raid? I didn't know that, man. That's pretty
Dude, I
dope.
absolutely do not. I come on here and bother you, and that's like it. That's all I use this for. I'm never on Twitch. Well,
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't found any like kindred spirits out in the streaming world that I tried to raid other people a while, like when I was first starting, but it's like, yeah, they don't care what I'm doing. I don't really care what they're doing. What's the point, right? It's like, if we're not gonna try to change the world together or do something together, then just this kind of I don't know. It's kind of this superficial. I mean, it's cool if they're actually people that like come to the stream and regularly participate, and then it's fine. But what is there anything else on the internet quite like the joy of thinking? Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. Yeah, we got to marinate. That's what we do here. We soak. We marinate. We loiter. We connect things in ways that are often disrespectful and to many blasphemous. We do a fair bit of breaking the rules or bending the rules as we see fit. Why do we do this? Perhaps it's because we feel we have a moral obligation to spit in the face of the status quo in society now and show it that there are better ways to have fun, right? There are better ways to use one's mind and misuse one's mind. And we find many ways of doing just these things. And if we continue on our mission, well, perhaps we ourselves will awaken one day with a new outlook on the world. Why will we do this? Who knows? Maybe we don't have a choice. Flurgle, it's been a real pleasure. I wish you a happy New Year's, my friend. I'm glad that you had a healthy, safe Christmas with your newborn. And thanks to all you, Daniel and Schmoist, for hanging out for so long and giving us food for thought and things to chew on and exposing the depth of my geographical ignorance. Always a pleasure, my friends. I will see you next time on The Joy of Thinking. It's going to be, holy shit, is it going to be a new year? It's going to be a new year the next time we see each other. All right, you've got what? We've got a handful of days left of 2024. Make it count, everyone. I'll talk to you next time.